until the end of 2026, the year, due to falling demand for petroleum products and the expected weakening in economic activities. And fourth, the rationalization of the domestic capital budget to compensate for the increase in recurrent expenditure requires an updated public investment program with budget allocations by projects that are consistent with the revised domestic capital spending envelope. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, revised revenue and grant projections. Domestic revenue is revised downward by 650.9 million euros to 21.5 billion, which is 11.5% of GDP, from the original target of 22.2 billion euros, which is 11.8% of GDP. This reflects mainly the shortfall recorded in the first half of 2026 and the expected weakening of economic activities due to fallout from the Middle East crisis during the year. The shortfall is attributed to lower than projected collections of goods and services tax, GST, and customs and excise duties. Accordingly, GST collection is revised downward to 3.7 billion from 3.9 billion euros. Similarly, customs and excise taxes are adjusted downward to 4.9 billion from 5.5 billion, and road user charges to 406 million from 671.2 million. On the contrary, income tax are revised upward to 8.5 billion from 8.3 billion on the basis of improved performance during the first half of the year. Mining revenues are revised upwards by 62.7 million, mainly due to expected increase in royalties on iron ore. Speaker, honorable members, grants expected from development partners are revised upward to 4.1 billion from 3.8 billion to reflect the 2025 EU budget support disbursed in January and additional project grants that will be received. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, revised expenditure projections. Total expenditure and net lending are revised upwards by 217.2 million to 30.3 billion euros, which will be 16.2% of GDP, reflecting the increase in recurrent expenditures by 1.4 billion euros to 23 billion euros, 12.3% of GDP. This is to accommodate the increase in subsidies and transfers, covering mainly subsidies to ESA for payment of IPPs and amounting to 1.4 billion euros to avoid an immediate increase in electricity tariffs. The amount also includes 243 million to be paid to oil marketing companies as fuel subsidies to mitigate the impact of the increase in the price of petroleum products on our people. Wages and salaries remain broadly unchanged to ensure that the proposed salary increases in 2026 budgets are fully honored. The allocation for goods and services is revised slightly downwards by 38.9 million euros. Despite this, government will continue to fund the free quality school education program, including school feeding. Total interest payments are revised upward by 172.8 million, driven by the expected increase in domestic interest payments on account of issuance of bonds to recapitalize the Bank of Sierra Leone and build the foreign reserve buffers. Capital expenditure and net lending is revised downward by 1.1 billion euros to 7.3 billion, which is 3.9% of GDP, reflecting mainly the cut in domestically funded capital expenditure to 1.6 billion euros from 2.7 billion euros to compensate for the unexpected increase in energy subsidies to ETSA and fuel subsidies to PLC. Foreign funded capital expenditure remained broadly unchanged at 4.5 billion euros. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, revised budget deficits and financing. The overall budget deficit, including grants, is now projected at 2.8% of GDP compared to the original deficit of 2.3% of GDP, to accommodate the shortfall in domestic revenue and increase in spending and expenditure. The deficit excluding grant is revised to 5.1% of GDP, and the domestic primary surplus is now projected at 1.1% of GDP. The deficit will be financed from foreign and domestic sources. Foreign borrowing is revised to 2.4 billion millions, which is 1.3% of GDP, from 2.5% of GDP. External debt amortization will amount to 1.5 billion millions. Domestic spending is revised upward to 4.4 billion, which is 2.4% of GDP, from 3.3 billion millions, which is 2% of GDP. Borrowing from the commercial bank is revised to 4.2 billion millions, from 567 million millions. Government will pay the Bank of Sierra Leone, repay the Bank of Sierra Leone in the revised budget instead of borrowing as was programmed in the original budget. Financing from the non-bank sector will increase 2.3 billion from 1.5 billion in the original budget. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, macroeconomic policies for the second half of 2026. Fiscal policy. Government will continue to implement prudent fiscal policy underpinned by fiscal consolidation while protecting social spending to mitigate the impact of the crisis on the poor and vulnerable groups. To this end, government will implement a mix of robust revenue enhancing and expenditure management measures. Revenue mobilization measures. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, government will intensify domestic revenue collection in the second half of the year to ensure that the revised revenue target is attained. To this end, government will, 1, implement the remaining tax measures in the 2026 Finance Act to further broaden the GST base and extend the circulation levy to commercial goods. 2, optimize revenues from extractive sector by ensuring that all mining agreements ratified since December 2025 are in full compliance with the Extractive Industry Revenue Act 2028. 3rd, we will fully operationalize the safe harbor framework for iron ore exports and extend it to other minerals. In cases where the safe harbor framework is not applicable, an advanced pricing agreement will take effect. And 4th, we'll continue with efforts to protect revenues from the importation and sale of petroleum products. In this context, government will continue to implement the full pass-through petroleum pricing formula as the global oil market stabilizes. Government will also introduce a robust integrity system to ensure real-time audit and assurance of revenues from the downstream petroleum sector. So, Speaker, honorable members, government will also continue to strengthen the tax and custom administration to improve compliance and the efficiency of tax collection. To this end, National Revenue Authority will implement the following tax administrative measures in the second half of 2026. We will implement the recommendation of the Tax Administration and Diagnostic Assessment Tool, TADAT, carried out with support from the International Monetary Fund, including the integration of the Integrated Tax Administration System with the electronic cash registers, commercial banks, and SIPA product tracking system for accessible goods. In addition, integrate the Asikida with the SIPA fuel marking system and commercial banks. We will fast-track the rollout of 10,000 newly procured electronic cash registers to improve GST collection. 3rd, we will expedite the implementation of GST on digital services with support from African Tax Administration Forum. We will reconcile 4th, petroleum volume uplift with payments made by OMC and enforce collection on any defaulter for the second half of 2025 and the first half of 2026. 5th, we will strengthen and operationalize the compliance risk management framework for all tax handles. 6th, we will establish and operationalize the revenue courts to fast-track the settlement of tax disputes and prosecute tax evaders. 7, we will fully implement the custom revenue enhancement plan developed with support from AfriTac West 2, including analyzing risk data and using it to target post-clearance audits. 8, we will modernize customs operations by implementing the National Electronic Single Window and fully operationalize the end-to-end custom integrated processing platform by September 2026. 9, will undertake preparations to ensure that customs authorities exclusively perform the core functions of destination inspection, classification and valuation of goods in early 2027. And 10, will undertake the audits of Asecura with support from United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, to identify weaknesses in the operations of the system that could cause revenue loss or hinder trade. And this will be followed by the implementation of the audit recommendations, including but not limited to the upgrade of Asecura by December 2026. In addition, the Ministry of Finance will enter into a performance contract with the National Revenue Authority, establishing clear indicators and aligned targets by September 2026. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, expenditure management measures. The government will continue to implement measures to ensure that spending remains within the budgeted allocations while improving the efficiency of public investments to enhance budget credibility and safeguard macroeconomic stability. In this regard, the government will continue to implement the medium-term wage bill management strategy to prevent overruns in wage bills. Recruitment and in-year adjustment to salaries will be done within the wage bill envelope. The spending on goods and services will be contained by strengthening commitment controls and cash management, not only to ensure budget credibility, but to also support the rebuilding of foreign exchange buffers. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, public financial management reforms. Public financial management reforms will reinforce the above measures mentioned expenditure management measures to minimize overruns, contain arrears accumulation, while enhancing transparency and accountability in the use of public resources. Speaker and honorable members, as part of these efforts, government will carry out a comprehensive stocktake of expenditure payment arrears, including those within and outside the integrated financial management information system. And the data collected has been submitted to the Audit Service Sierra Leone for verification and authentication. The audit arrears report will be published consistent with the government's commitment for fiscal transparency. An arrears profiling system is being developed and will be operationalized before the end of 2026 to facilitate the effective tracking and recording of arrears. This will be followed by updating and publishing the arrears clearance strategy. Government has also made significant progress in operationalizing cash management and forecasting system to enhance budget credibility. All key ministries, departments, and agencies are now submitting cash data and forecasts, which are being used to inform not only budget allocation and domestic borrowing calendar. Government will continue to refine its framework to improve budget execution. To speak, honorable members, to continue improving public investment management, government has operationalized the Technical Investment Committee in May this year. The Technical Investment Committee will undertake the screening, appraisal, and selection of capital projects. It will also streamline the existing public investment program portfolio to ensure greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability in public investment spending. In addition, government has developed an updated PIP, Public Investment Program, and is committed to executing the capital budget within the revised spending envelope. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, monetary and exchange rate policies. The overarching objective of monetary policy is to ensure price and financial system stability. The Bank of Sierra Leone has commenced the implementation of a new monetary policy strategy approved by its board in December 2025. The strategy involves the use of the reverse repurchase agreements, reverse repo, as the primary instrument for liquidity injection. Under the new framework, the Bank of Sierra Leone will discontinue the outright purchase of government security unless in exceptional circumstances when there is need to inject liquidity in the system that cannot be done with reverse repo transactions. During 2025, the Bank of Sierra Leone relaxed its monetary policy stance to support economic growth following the decline in inflationary pressures. However, the rise in inflation during the first half of 2026 necessitated an increase in the monetary policy rate in May to anchor inflationary expectations. Going forward, the Bank of Sierra Leone will remain vigilant and stand ready to tighten monetary policy should inflationary pressures persist. Government remains committed to implementing a flexible exchange rate regime to boost the economy's capacity to absorb shocks. The government will mobilize external resources and align its foreign denominated expenditures requirements with foreign exchange availability to build reserve buffers and stabilize the exchange rate. So, Speaker, honorable members, public debt management. Government will continue with efforts to reduce its borrowing requirements in order to stabilize the debt levels and improve debt sustainability. Public debt management is being guided by the medium-term debt strategy, 2025 to 2029, which focuses on domestic debt market development. In this regard, the government will update the medium-term debt strategy annually and implement the recommended debt management strategies. The current medium-term debt management strategy assumes issuance of more medium to long-term bonds with the aim of increasing the average time to maturity, reducing debt service burden, and refinancing risks. The implementation of the strategy has been effective, as indicated by the increase in the share of medium to long-term bonds to 48.3% in June 2026, from 21.3% in 2025, and 16.4% in 2024 for new debt issued during the period. In addition, the government will continue to improve debt management practices, including the issuance of debt securities only through public auction, holding a quarterly investor forum at senior level, policy level, and establishing a new investor relations desk in the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, other measures to mitigate the impact of the crisis. In addition to the provision of fuel and energy subsidies, reported earlier in the statement, government has also secured $60 million trade finance facility from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa to facilitate the importation of essential commodities, rice, flour, sugar, frozen food items, etc. This will ensure uninterrupted supply of these commodities in the market and stabilize prices. The government is also in the process of securing another $100 million trade finance facility from development partners to support the importation of petroleum products in order to build strategic stock and ensure the stability of the domestic fuel market. Furthermore, government is leveraging the emergency component of World Bank funded projects and the crisis response window of the African Development Bank to stabilize resources for the procurement of critical inputs, agricultural inputs such as fertilizer for distribution to farmers. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, reforms to strengthen resilience against climate change. I'm pleased to report that Sierra Leone has recently secured approval from the IMF for the Resilience and Sustainability Facility amounting to $211.5 million. This facility is designed to strengthen our country's resilience against climate change and other long-term structural challenges. As part of this program, government has committed to reforms that include integrating climate consideration into public financial management, adopting climate-sensitive investment planning tools, and enhancing transparency in climate-related expenditures. In this regard, government will develop a methodology to assess macro-fiscal risk from natural disasters and improve data-driven systems for disaster risk management. Government is also committed to strengthening the underlying institutional framework to address financial sector risk related to climate change. To this end, BSL, the Bank of Sierra Leone, will issue a directive requiring all commercial banks to submit quarterly reports on loans and collateral exposure by geographic region and sectors to the Bank of Sierra Leone. These reforms, once implemented, will unlock the disbursement of resources under the RSF, thereby providing Sierra Leone with the fiscal space to invest in climate resilience, sustainable growth, and improve livelihood of our people. Speaker, honorable members, the RSF is not only a climate-focused instrument, it is also a catalyst for fiscal consolidation. By embedding climate priorities into our budget process, government will strengthen expenditure efficiency, will reduce fiscal risk, ensure that resources are directed towards projects that deliver both economic and environmental returns. This complements our ongoing efforts to broaden the domestic revenue base, improve tax administration, and mobilize additional concessional finance. Together, these measures will help stabilize our fiscal profile, reduce reliance on debt, and create room for strategic investment in infrastructure, social services, and climate adaptation. Conclusion. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is clear from the foregoing that we commence the implementation of the 2026 budget with optimism, having achieved macroeconomic stability in 2025. Economic growth was stronger than expected. Inflation fell to its lowest level in decades. Foreign reserves are increasing. The value of the yuan remained relatively stable. Fiscal imbalances narrowed significantly, recording a primary budget surplus for the first time since COVID-19 pandemic. Our domestic interest rate fell to sustainable levels. Trade deficit narrowed, while the debt level is beginning to stabilize. We have therefore laid the foundation for sustained and inclusive economic growth in 2026 and structural transformation in the years ahead. However, the outbreak of the Middle East crisis and its spillovers is posing a serious threat to these gains. In addition, the crisis is exacerbating the impacts of an already heightened global economic uncertainty, geopolitical fragmentation, trade tension, tighter financial conditions, deep and across the board cuts in official development assistance, and climate change challenges. The implications of these developments are far-reaching. Nonetheless, with the unwavering commitment to the implementation of prudent macroeconomic policies, supported by strong political will and the enduring character of our people, we will successfully navigate this turbulence and emerge as a resilient economy and people more than ever before. The revised budget therefore seeks to enhance budget credibility, boost fiscal resilience, to safeguard macroeconomic stability, improve service delivery, and mitigate the impact of the crisis on the vulnerable group in our society. I therefore commend this budget to the House. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that a bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2026 be an act to make provisions, revisions, and supplementary provisions for the services of Sierra Leone for the year 2026 be read the second time. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2026 be read the second time. Leaders on both sides, submit your list. I will take 4 from either side. Paramount chiefs, are you? They are not. Oh, they are not. I will take 4 from either side and we round up. 4 from either side, I will round up. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Who is the chairman? Chairman! Let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Why?
Keep the time. 15 minutes. Yes, keep the time. Strictly.
All right. You know where it's coming? All right. One country, one people. This is national document. This is for the benefit of all Sierra Leoneans. And we have two political parties in this world. So I want to send felicitations to the both political parties for a wonderful job well done by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this is a supplementary budget. Do the law of Sierra Leone allow supplementary budget to come to the well? Yes. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to take you to section 1123 of the 1991 Constitution and the PFM Act 42.1 that allows the Minister of Finance to bring supplementary budget, not to any other house, but to the House of Parliament. So is he in compliance with the laws of the land? Yes. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, why is this budget? Why is this supplementary budget? It's very simple. I have 15 minutes. Whatever left over, I will pass it on to other members to send. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, but before I go to that, I want to take us back to the 2026 budget. A very brief one. Allow me to read a portion of the ministerial address in this way on the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the minister before us, he said, let me on behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Julius Madabiu, thank you all and the trust reposed in this government as we continue to implement our economic policies geared towards improving the living conditions of our people. And he went further in paragraph 2. He said, the unprecedented level of global uncertainty, underline global uncertainty, the unprecedented level of global uncertainty and shift in global cooperation in 2025 are posing threats to economic stability and sustainable financing of development priorities in low-income countries. Mr. Speaker, why am I reading this portion of his speech when he brought the 2026 budget to Parliament? Is to tell us, he prepared our mind. When you have sober-minded person in an office, he focused it and he realized that something may occur. So this is not a strange thing. We are here today because he promised, or he told us, if the way things started, it continued that way, we will definitely be here today. So that's one of the reasons we are here. He went further to say, Mr. Speaker, honorable member, the overarching objective of this project is to intensify domestic revenue mobilization. The 2026 budget, he said we are going to intensify revenue mobilization. That I am in support of 100%, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let us go a little. And this is everybody's responsibility. If we want to really mobilize revenue, it's not only the work of NRA. It's not only the work of the minister. All of us to put hand on deck to make sure revenue mobilization is actualized. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the minister, when he came before us, he asked his house to give him the power to use 30 billion euros to run the affairs of the state in 2026. 30 billion euros. Out of that 30 billion euros, the breadbasket of the nation, which is NRA, we are expecting NRA to contribute 22 billion to that 30 billion. Mr. Speaker, and how was NRA going to contribute that 22 billion? For the benefit of this house, Mr. Speaker, honorable member, domestic revenue, the income tax, we are expected to get 32% of that 85%. On the whole, what NRA was to contribute to this 30 billion budget is 85%. So these are the revenue stream of NRA. Income tax, we expected NRA to contribute 32%. Goods and services, 15%. Custom and excise, 21%. Mines revenue, 5%. Royalties, 1%. Parastatals revenue, 2%. Other MDAs, 2%. Treasury single account, 6%. Road users, 3%, Mr. Speaker. So when you put all that percentage together, was going to make it 85%. If NRA really hit their target to mobilize the required revenue, they will be in position to give the Minister of Finance 85%, the 22 billion to finance the 30 billion budget. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I was discussing with somebody and I told him that we want 30 billion to run the affairs of the state. This 2026. He said 30 billion, SO2. Who's going to come money that one day? And I'm a grassroots politician. Some of these debates, let us bring it down to the level of our people. So even those that do not go to school, we understand. SO2, the one that they say 30 billion Moku, the minister arranged a fine. He distributed how he was going to use the money. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, on the recurring budget, the minister said he was going to use 7.9 billion for wages and salary. 7.9 billion. The goods and services, what we used to buy in different offices, was 3.8 billion. Interest payment, 6.7 billion. Subsidy transfer and other payment, 3.3 billion. And capital expenditure, 8.4 billion. That 30 billion, so you can say one SO2. Now, so it get from user. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it will interest you to know I brought this to your notice for obvious reasons. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it will interest you to know we are in very good working relationship with the Ministry of Finance and the sectors under the Ministry of Finance. These NRA and others, Bank of Sierra Leone, perfect. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, but there are some disappointments, and this disappointment, all of us must put down on them to make sure that these disappointments are properly fixed, so we will not continue facing economic hazards. Of course, it is established globally there are economic challenges all over the whole wide world. It is not peculiar to Sierra Leone. But as I said, when the budget 2026 budget was brought before us, we are finding ways how we arrange, how we mitigate ours. But it's a global problem or universal problem. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this half year, January to June, NRA, they were supposed to collect 11.144 billion bills, but they were able to collect 10.327 billion bills. So there is a shortfall. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the variance here is 816.4 million. That is a shortfall for this half year. NRA did not meet that target. I am putting it here so we are all going to find solution. How do we get that corrected? But the performance, it does not necessarily mean they did not do well. Their performance, like this, we are expecting 100%, but it's still got 93%. If it was exam, you are going to pass, but this is not exam. When it is money, you have to give me 10 loans. If you give me 8 loans, you have faith. It's not so. If you give me 8 loans to me, when SO2, when one don't let the court pay salary, Pantamani court 5,000 pay salary at the next. Because it's money. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, but we also applaud the different revenue streams that extremely did well in NRA. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, income tax, they hit their target and went beyond. Plus 4%, they went beyond their target. Other excise also got it 9%, they hit their target and went beyond. Non-tax revenue went beyond. Mines revenue went beyond their target. But Mr. Speaker, when you tell the dog you have to the dog, you also have to tell the bone. For every advantage, there are other corresponding disadvantages. There are other revenue streams that did not perform to expectation. And last week, we wanted to meet with NRA to tell us why they did not perform to expectation. But we will still do it in our report. You will see it there. I'll just give you a summary. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, the GST falls short by 13%. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, in fact, this is the most deplorable information I'm giving to you, honorable members. NRA itself is responsible for the decline in the GST. Because there are business houses, very big business houses. When you go there, they do not have GST machines. You have some other ones, they do not use the GST machines. I suppose, NRA should have an automated system to monitor some of these businesses. So how are we with the GST? How are we going to hit our target? How are we definitely going to hit our target? Mr. Minister, most times, we're sorry for you, because you are carrying a heavy load. But those that give you support, you say SO2 will put at the end and which they supposed to be let one. And definitely, Mr. Speaker, NRA will be coming before us to explain why this shortfall.
Chairman.
Let us see if it is their fault, if it is our fault, or if it is the fault of external forces. Mr. Speaker, Honorable, custom duty. Custom, they are already in a custom, SO2. They fall short by 25%. And that is one of the sources we expect huge sum of money. Why? Balamuya, Jendema, Wataki, and Lunge. What is happening? What is happening? Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member.
You want to answer?
Import duties also dropped 16%. Petroleum 30%. Road users, for some people that not pay that money SO2, also dropped. But I will furnish the house. I will give you I'm going to give you comprehensive analysis on this in my report that will be tabled maybe before we go on recess. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, now let me come to the budget. Why do we need this budget, this supplementary budget? Why? Is it important? Is it necessary? Of course it is. It is necessary. We need this budget, one, because we want to revise the fiscal framework. The fiscal framework needs to be revised. Because what was set by the Ministry of Finance and his team, there are a lot of changes. So we need to, that one needs to be revised and put in proper order. Number two, we also want to accommodate increased expenditure triggered by the external shock. Well, in price of SO2, those are external shock. We call them external shock, and these are inevitable circumstances. They cannot be controlled by the president, the let alone the Minister of Finance. These are external shocks. When they arise, you definitely they hinder your economy. We have bigger economies that are suffering now. Their economy is hindered. Let alone third world country like Sierra Leone. That is why I always thank Phantom Madi, his team, Bank of Sierra Leone, because I mean when I say his team, the people in the financial sector. Because they are working assiduously to make sure in the midst of all challenges, economic challenges, but they are doing everything humanly possible to keep the nation running. When month ends, our salaries are paid on time. So that is number two reason why we want this supplementary budget is before us. We also want to address the revenue shortfall. He is saying he's going to address the revenue shortfall, and what he's proposing to how to address the revenue shortfall, I will also tell you just now. No, I have it. I don't want to wear no bra. We realize the domestic capital budget. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, why we also bring in this budget.
Honorable, one more minute.
5 minutes.
I know you ruled.
I told you at the very outset that I'm giving every debater 15 minutes. 1 more minute.
Mr. Chairman, I know very well honorable to understand the others, the ruling is fine. But it's just a plea because you cut down on the number of speakers. I know very well honorable to understand the others, the ruling is fine. substantive member of the motion are giving 40 to 45 minutes to wrap up.
Give all your judges. Mr.
Speaker, it's just a plea.
Yes, for the leader of government business, I'll give you additional 3 minutes. Don't forget, today is Friday. Don't forget.
Mr. Speaker, you just added 3 minutes for the leader.
Yes, I'll do the same for you guys.
Actually, I'm the one who proposes the addition. How much are you adding for you? So, I didn't have 2 minutes, but it's 3 minutes.
I'll keep you here till 2 a.m. again.
That tells you you have a very good chairman.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. And for the layman there, this project is before us today because it's also going to help us. We want to cushion the fuel increase. The price of fuel increase, that is why this project is also here. If we leave it like that, Mr. Speaker, let me tell the people to work my time runs off. The subsidy government are paying on fuel. In April, government paid $1.66 million on subsidy. In May, government spent $3.14 million on subsidy for fuel. In June, we did not pay because fuel price dropped. In July, government paid $2.7 million on subsidy. Mr. Speaker, when this happens, the budget will turn Fantama this for you 30 billion loans. That is going to tamper with that 30 billion loans, except to come back to this house. And that is why he is here. That is why he is here. And the people of Sierra Leone, we need to become a pro-poor. It's a pro-poor. The Ministry of Finance is a pro-poor people. They sympathize with life. There's no interesting thing here. The inflation has started staggering again. SO2, but inflation is not the one. I've been telling you, what money is a big deal to inflation? Go up by this one. When you drag that from this thing, you understand? He has the ability. He did it from 50% he got it to 4%. So I'm not that worried about the inflation. As we speak, the SO2, it don't go to 14.7. They put up from 50, they bring up to 4. So I'm not much bothered about that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are working assiduously to make sure the economy or the people of Sierra Leone get what they deserve in the midst of all the challenges. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, so to wrap up this one, let us take the history of Sierra Leone since independence. The economic team we have now, the financial and economic team we have now in this country, we have never had anything. Yes, I must assure you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and I also want to assure you that the Ministry of Finance and all the sectorial heads, they are performing to expectation. Everything we request for, just a click of a button, I get it. Yesterday, I requested Bank of Sierra Leone. They sent what they sent. That is what I'm telling you about inflation. I will also tell you about the GIR. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, when we say GIR, you are a lawyer, right? When we say GIR, that is gross international. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Let the chairman tell us what to say. I'm explaining. GIR is gross international reserve. Mr. Speaker, when the minister was here during the budget, it was 1.7 months. It was only able to cover 1.7 months cover. Today, as I speak to you, it's 2.5 months. And by Bank of Sierra Leone projection, in 2027, we will hit 3 months import cover. That is how we grow. That is how the reserve grows. We are getting there. That tells you, I'm not just praising, that tells you we have a quality team. In the midst of all economic challenges, they are working assiduously to make sure even the gross reserve to be maintained or to improve on it. Who is more powerful than me? You. I can see Honorable members, I want to thank everybody here because if I go elsewhere, I don't want Mr. Speaker to urge me again to get seated. But I want to tell this House, Mr. Speaker, let us put all other things aside, that even the opposition, they want this economy to improve. They have demonstrated that to me. Most times, even when the committee meets on finance meet, they are very, very active. The other day, Honorable AKK was in Cambia on his lower level. He was curious to know what is happening with the committee. Bandy, don't forget to talk about that. Bandy, engage them with that. That's why we help the economy to grow. When people behave that way, there's evidence. It's not my responsibility. When the economy becomes buoyant, it's everybody benefits. It's not a one-man show. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my leadership because you have given me the ambience to perform to expectation. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there is a committee established here. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, honorable committee chairpersons, let us be working with BPO. They will give you correct analysis of your NDAs. I have worked with BPO assiduously. Most times I just start and relax, I give them instructions. They do it and bring it to me. Even when I verify all, let me check it's 100% correct. So BPO, I want to thank you very much. And I want to tell this house that you have a very active. Minister, the only thing I want to ask, you tell your project department, let them be working hand in glove with the BPO here, with the budget office here. Please, as long as they are working with the budget office here, I will not bother you much. But most times, I put pressure on the financial sector. That's what you did not balance me. But I'm here today, the other hand. You know what? Because I'm telling you, for all right, now you are free. FS, you are free. But most times, Mr. Speaker, economic challenges, especially in the third world country, are serious. Apart from all of that, the other day I was in the minister's office. I want to put more pressure on you. Mr. Minister, the condition I met him, I just told him a year ago. Paper we are scattered all over. Paper we are scattered. Papers are scattered all over. I said, well, no, this kind of paper I have to go back. So that tells you we have a good financial team. Mr. Speaker, you know, if you are not performing to expectation, I will tell you. And the bank governor. The bank governor. Even when I was speaking, they are still supplying me information about the economy. You know, they are very good. But when I said the finance team, there's no way you talk about the national finance team, leaving the bank of the national banks behind. We want to encourage you. You are all doing a wonderful job. Continue supporting the minister. When you continue to support the minister, when we achieve, when we succeed, everybody succeeds. When you succeed, you will succeed. President Bureau is the head of this nation, but Fanta is the heart of this nation. Because it is Fanta money that pumps blood into this state. Also, too, Fanta money at the beginning no more. You guys saw MDA, the way really paramount. That is payments day. Oh, just have quick for you, please. You said not to you. Because if you want to pay away from you, we'll talk you about for your hand shot. You cannot do anything. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, the wise is I want to send felicitation to my minister, my financial secretary, and team of the Minister of Finance, my bank governor, and his team of Bank of Sierra Leone. And LRA, the Commissioner General is here, and our team. You know, this country, most times, when we're seeing a woman, someone want to take advantage of her. That is why most time I have told her, when you have difficulty, you tell us, we will take the bull by the horn. It does not necessarily mean because you are a woman, some people want to take advantage of you. She is working, but you get to increase the relationship in the community. Let us know what are your problems. We are in good working relationship with NIA. When she is not there, it's not. But we need to talk what she feels. The deputy is not feeling. The deputy is a male. Danda is a male. She is a female. Maybe she is intimidated. I don't know. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and I want to thank the opposition as well for the support. I want to thank the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Let us be putting politics aside for your support to the Finance Committee. There are certain things I will not say it here, Mr. Speaker, but I want to tell you there is full support of whatever we do for the people, like whatever thing we do for the economy.
Especially
on that note, what about error? And all the committees and all my MPs, all the MPs, I want to thank you very much. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And the opposition leader, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Strictly 15 minutes. You are neither the chairman nor the deputy.
But a very senior.
15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will not take too long, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief. But let me join my colleague from the other side to thank the minister for putting this document together. It is no secret that the minister sitting before us is a very intelligent man. He's not only good, but he's exceptionally good. And it's a blessing. I salute you, sir. Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
I'll try to know what the magic is.
The magic is very simple. It's out of competence, yes. My leader, thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I will surprise you this time, Mr. Leader, that I will not give a name to this project. But I will do the needful by bringing up to the minister some of the things I think we have to take into consideration. When my colleague on the other side was making his presentation, he talked about the fall in domestic revenue mobilization. And that is very key if we are to move forward as a country. Because any country that cannot project its domestic revenue very well stands at a very high risk to achieve its economic fundamentals. But I tell you why, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when the minister was here with the 2026 budget, that we are certain variables, especially the tax area, which we, as a opposition, we made a submission, a very solid one. That I remember I even used the theory, the Lafayette theory, that if we don't take time and impose taxes on so many areas, we increase taxes on so many areas, what will happen is a fall in the revenue. That is what exactly we are seeing today. That is why we are seeing a drop in the domestic revenue. Even on import revenue. People are not, Sierra Leoneans are no longer coming through the Sierra Leone port because of the cost they pass through Guinea. Some have even decided not to participate in exporting or whatever they are bringing into Sierra Leone. So there is a drop. That is why you see that considerable drop, Mr. Speaker. For the income tax, this one is automatic. It is being removed from source. It is no gains to the renal. So I want to advise Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and to the minister, that come 2027, let us look into this tax angle so that we make sure that we have more revenue than what we are experiencing today. It is because of this we realize that the domestic borrowing is in the increase. It's very high. Even to pay arrears to suppliers, we cannot. If you look at the bill on arrears, page 12, I take it at page 12, domestic suppliers arrears. It's remained the same for the 2026 and the reverse one. So what is available to pay between July and December is 11.6 billion old loans. That's very minimal, very, very small. I know the implications. These suppliers, now I'm reading from, Mr. Leader, I'm reading from the bill. Yes. Page 20. You know the implications? These domestic suppliers are the engine, they are the foundation of growth. They push the economy, they contribute to the economy. If you don't pay them, you stifle progress, you stifle development. That is what is happening, Mr. Speaker. So I want to encourage the minister to look into that area, the suppliers, so that going forward, we'll be able to have our domestic, these are our people. If we are talking about pro-poor, Mr. Chairman, if we are talking about pro-poor finance, Minister of Finance, these are the areas they should look into. Paying of suppliers. If you pay areas to suppliers, suppliers will pay salaries, they will employ more people, they will move the economy. One point, Mr. Speaker. The second point is, I heard the minister talking about a stable exchange rate. Yes, indeed. The exchange rate is relatively stable. But the thing is, there's a catch there. The reserve is depleting. The chairman was talking about 1.5 import cover. And now we have moved to 2 monthly import cover. Or 2.5. Let me correct you, Mr. Chairman. On the budget, it's 2 months. It's not 2.5. Okay? You inherited a 6-month import cover from the APC. 6-7 years ago. You 6. You have your bikes, don't worry. You inherited, but for argument's sake, you inherited an import cover of more than 1.5. So you brought it down. So there is no plus in time to take it to 2 months. There is no plus. And it is because you are depleting the reserve. That is why we are having a stable exchange rate. No magic. This is not rocket science. Mr. Speaker will agree. Mr. Minister will agree. That it is because we are depleting the reserve. That is why we are having a stable exchange rate. Let us increase it to 3 to 4 months. And mark you, the average for a fragile economy like ours is 3 months. If you have 3 months, yes, the IMF, the World Bank, they will take it easy with you because we have a small economy, a fragile economy. But on average, for other economies, it's 4 months plus. So I wish, I have no doubts in the minister. I know he can make it, but you have to look into those macroeconomic fundamentals, Mr. Minister. Going forward, I want to take it to inflation. You know, we are looking at these indicators so that the minister, when he goes back to his office, whenever he wants to make a policy, remember the Honorable Express. The Honorable Express was saying this. So what can I do? The inflation is 13.5. Or what did you say, Mr. Minister? You mentioned it for May. You said in May, inflation was 14.8. Double digits. We had in 2025, the question I want to ask, or what we have to look into, in 2025, these variables were improving. And now, just a sudden, from 4.5 in 2025, now we are talking about 14.8. I will not surprise if it goes to 2025, because we are not looking into the basics. I'm surprised to learn that government is subsidizing fuel. Yet, we are paying this kind of price per gallon, per liter. We are paying this kind of price per liter. For petrol, it's 33. And for diesel, it's 35. But you know, With all this, you know who gains? The honorable member seated there. Because you have 2 leos difference. But for the ordinary man in the streets, they are still paying the same price from Galbaton to Upgon or from PZ to Lumley. They are still paying the same amount, so it's not reflecting. What can we do for this to reflect? That should be the question, Mr. Minister. What can we do so that these gains on paper will reflect on the ground? It is not happening. It is not. So we should not celebrate. We should not celebrate that because we have inflation or we have reduced the price of fuel to 33 leons, we have done well. No, we have done it only to ourselves, but not to the ordinary man. And our target should be the people. We are representing the people. So, Mr. Minister, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the minister to look into the inflation so that we put measures in place. We don't take it to the level it is moving. Mr. Minister, honorable members, also I want to, when I heard that the supplementary budget is coming to this house, my first thought, I said, oh, maybe we are going to have an expenditure cut. And if at all we are increasing, we are going to increase on capital expenditure. That is lacking. The capital expenditure, if you look at this document, it focuses more on recurrent expenditures, on offices, like the office of the Chief Minister. If you observe, there is an increase in the office of the Chief Minister. What's the increase? For the office of the Chief Minister, for example, yes, from 16 to 25 to 29. That's a big increase. But when you go to agriculture, for example, or you go to human capital development, for example, there's a drastic decrease. Drastic decrease. And this capital, this human capital, mark you, the human capital was one of the flagship projects of the president. And we should sustain it. Cutting those expenditures from human capital, from agricultural development. These are the fundamentals. These are the diversification we're talking about the economy that will move the economy. If you cut those expenditures on economically viable sectors and increase on social, on merriment, on traveling, offices, what do you expect? Starvation. A further increase in inflation. Because you are now injecting money in the economy for services that will not bring development, that will not bring growth, that are contributing very small to the growth of the GDP. That is why you see even the projected GDP is falling. We cannot achieve it. We have to invest and put our money on economically viable sectors so that we have an increase in our GDP. And when the GDP increases, Mr. Minister, you can increase expenditure on the Chief Minister's office, you can increase expenditure on whosoever. But I'm also worried, Mr. Minister. I'm worried. The OAU, in those days called the OAU, now the AU, hosted by Sierra Leone in 1980, led to serious economic challenges, which you very well know. It led to serious economic difficulties. In fact, most economists believe that that was the very beginning of the challenges we're facing today. The OAU, now called the AU. Now we have hosted the ECOWAS. If you look at the ECOWAS, Mr. Minister, if you look at ECOWAS, the 2026 budget was 10 billion or 10 millions. It jumped to 246 million. Almost 3 times. Or 4 times. 200 times. I don't even know. When I saw this, I was worried. You know why? These monies probably should have been used to move some sectors of the economy that will promote the economy of this country. But now look, I know it is important. It will improve the image of Sierra Leone. It will improve so many things, I agree. But as an economist, when you see this kind of figure, then you start thinking, where would we get the money to fill this gap? Where will we get the money to fill this gap? It means that is why we are seeing now cuts happening in other viable ministries. That's one disadvantage. I am not speaking red. I am speaking green, white, and blue in this debate. And I know the minister understands very well what I'm doing, what I'm saying. But I'm saying here, if the ECOWAS alone, these are 2 expenditures. Not only that one, there's another one that is 80. There's another one that is 80 million. This one is Heads of State Summits unallocated. Heads of expenditure, unallocated. This now, when they say, you know, put an IU calculation, but waiting price sign and waiting till they go on. 80 million.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
So,
I was a little bit late. I was nodding.
No, you are enjoying the debate.
Mr. Speaker, time is past 12. I therefore move on to suspend SO 5 so the House will continue. Please don't get us bored.
Any seconder?
Give me another 10 minutes.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to go here as stated by my able chief whip.
You have 1 more minute.
It's my quotum. How many minutes, Mr. Speaker? 1? All right, on that note, let me conclude by encouraging the minister to take into consideration some of these concerns I have raised and look into them and give them an economic face instead of a political face. Let us depoliticize 3 sectors if we want to grow as a country. Let us depoliticize education, agriculture, and health. If we direct our investment, we direct our funds into these 3 sectors, trust me, Sierra Leone will be a paradise in less than 20 years. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Honorable Festus M. Lansana.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to use this opportunity to best thank the Ministry of Finance on a very impressive supplementary budget. In the first place, I want to inform this House that the 2026 budget was optimistic based on the trend in the macroeconomic variables. Most times when you want to forecast, you look at the variables and make assumptions. So if you look at the trend based on what the minister read to us about the GDP growth rate, you realize that the GDP was growing gradually from 2023 up to 2025. So it was on that basis that we assumed that it will continue to grow in 2026. Secondly, the inflation rate was initially 4.3, 4.4. It rose to 8.8 and later 14.8 as it was telling us. But because of the optimism, we are expecting that in 2026, the inflation rate will fall. I will tell you what is responsible for the supplementary budget very soon. Then the exchange rate has been relatively stable. All of us can attest to that. Since December, we are still around 23 well, I don't want to call it black market, in the parallel market, we are still around 23 because most of us do not have access to the exchange rate, to the foreign currency in the bank. But one thing I want to correct from what my learned, my senior colleague from Bombali, I think he has forgotten a bit. Akaba handed over this country with monthly import reserve of 5 months. Our elder president from that end handed over around 2.2 months import sheet. Coming 2.8. Around 2.8 import cover. I have my records here. Yeah, it's on record. Currently, we are almost 3 monthly import cover. And I want to inform you that during the mic is not working well. So I want to inform you that all of us who on the other side who have some knowledge in economics will know that the standard import cover on average should be 3.5 months. So we are not too far from there. We are almost 3 months now. Also, I want to clarify something about the Laffer Cup. The Laffer Cup, he was telling us, was the relationship between the interest rate, the interest rate and the revenue, right? The tax rate and the revenue. Anytime there is increase in the tax rate, we are expecting revenue to increase. But we have the maximum. That is where we have not yet got. And also, for some of us who are importers, we know that the imports, right, the payment of taxes is as a result of the CIF. The tariff still remains the same. We don't increase tariff. NRA has never increased tariff. Ministry of Finance has never increased tariff. The tariff is the same. It's the CIF that determines what you are going to pay when you get to it. Yeah, we all know what happened, the global crisis. We have what we call economic transmission mechanism. Yeah, when we say transmission mechanism, let me just simplify. There are certain things that can trigger something which will lead up to the increase in your revenue or increase in whatever. So I don't want to go into that detail, but all of us out there know what I'm saying. Whenever there is crisis out there and you have made your assumptions, if anything happens, then the assumptions does not hold, then it is going to affect the overall target. That notwithstanding, the government has put in some measures, mitigation measures, to ensure that we are able to change the narrative before the end of this year. But there is another very important thing I want to bring to your notice about how the crisis affected. Because of the increase in the price of the petroleum, what government did was they subsidized our fare. The subsidy was 2.16 million every month from the time the price of fare started increasing. Government had to subsidize at least $2.16 million every month. So that affected us greatly. Moreover, we agree with us that the government has the agenda of improving our human capital, just as he was saying, human capital development. And for us to do that, government still have to employ more teachers. The target before this time was up to 5,000 teachers. But because of revenue constraint, the Ministry of Finance has been magnanimous able to reduce that one to gradually to employ the teachers gradually until we get there. If you check the head, Ministry of Health started. If you check the standard patient staff health staff ratio is about 1 to 10. in Africa, 1 to 10. Currently, Sierra Leone, we cannot give it to 10. Most I can say it is around 1 to 20 now. So the target we had was for us to make sure that we employ 9,000 health workers. In other words, the government was supposed to give inputs, as we call it, to 9,000 health workers. But they have reduced that one to 3,000. That is for the general health workers. So if we check how much that one will cost on average, it is about $6 million for just employing 3,000 health workers. On average is $3 million. 3 billion euros. Let me put it in 6 billion euros. Then also 34 hospitals also requires 500 health workers that are supposed to be employed. So if you add those two together, we are talking about almost 100 billion euros. So just check that. So that is why I'm just justifying why they have brought this supplementary budget. All of us as members of parliament are here crying for increase in our welfare. And the only way they can increase our welfare, thank God the minister and the team are here, is for us to approve this supplementary budget. Yeah, but how do we collect the revenue? I just want to take you to the statement of the economic and financial policies. They have already given you all the information. The hue and cry about NRA not collecting revenue, as you are saying, it's not the fault of NRA. Policies have been put in place that we need to make sure we emphasize. If you look at the document, I cannot bore you with all, but if you check the fiscal, the economic and financial policies, you notice that they have given us some macroeconomic policies that we are supposed to put in place for the second half of the year, so that we can be able to maximize revenue collection, at the same time minimize expenditure. I will just read a few with your leave, Mr. Speaker. If you check page 7, section 42, 43, the second bullet point will tell you that NRA will optimize revenue from the extraction sector for ensuring that all agreements ratified since December 2025 are fully implemented. So NRA want to ensure that all the agreements we have ratified here since last year will be fully implemented. I will know the implication what that will bring, the revenue that will be generated. Then we also, NRA also intends to, the ECR machine you are talking about. What NRA has decided to do now is not only to provide another 10,000 ECR machines, but to see how they can make it to the system. We are here the other time. NRA wants to ensure that there is complete integrated system, whereby you have the Asikuda speaking to the ITAS, and even the ECR machine you are talking about. Once that is done, the concern about people not obtaining tickets, that one will be a thing of the past. Because when NRA officials get to their audit, they will know that this particular shop, based on your turnover, you are not issuing out the ECR machine. And you know the business people out there, you know what that means. You have to pay back with penalty. Expenditure management, that one I have already told you. The minister, the government will continue to implement measures to ensure that spending remains stable. The budget is already, for now, expenditure measures, the expenditure is already stable as far as expenditure is concerned. So they will ensure that they will not go beyond that level. So if we check, that is the measure is already put in place. Macro monetary and exchange rate policies are in place. As we said, we have a very good economic team, both in the Ministry of Finance and at Bank of Sierra Leone. So the monetary measures, I do want to bore you with it, but if you look at what is in the document, the monetary measures that are put in place are enough for us to be able to maintain this stability. Other measures, on page 10 of this fiscal, economic and fiscal document. If you check section 58, the minister has already told you that our government has also secured 60 million US dollars. 60 million US dollars from Badia to facilitate the importation of essential commodities. So you are complaining about 3 months import reserve. So now the government has already secured $60 million to see how they can push it, the 3 months reserve, but also be able to import the basic commodities like rice, petroleum, flour, etc., etc. So that should not be a problem. I don't want to talk about climate change resilience, but there are food systems in place to ensure that there is provision for climate change resilience. Other measures. Also, government will also ensure that the process of securing government is about in the process of securing $100 million trade finance facility for development of partners to support the importation of petroleum products. Apart from the $60 million for the importation of the other basic commodities, government is also on the way. It's also securing $100 million only for petroleum import. Perhaps by the time we get to December, I want to assure you that we will go back to the 20 million per liter. Because if these measures are put in place and the crisis out there is because we are optimistic that the war will soon come to an end. But that notwithstanding, as economists, we always have two hands, on the one hand and on the other hand. So on the other hand, we are putting mitigation measures in place. That is why we are securing those monies, just in case the war continues to escalate. So I want to close by once more assuring this House that both the monetary policy and the fiscal policy that have been put in place, which all of us have seen, this economy will rebound again from July to December. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Festus Lansana. Honorable Aaron Kroma.
My task this morning, this sometimes is a very difficult one. Especially so when you have to speak after a lecturer has spoken. Samuel Lance is of course the well-acquainted lecturer. And while I was in university, he lectured me almost all I know about economics. So I will not dare to fact check you. Because it's out of the abundance of your knowledge that you only gave me some. However, look at the World Bank Economic Outlook reports. Yes. In 2018, when you take that to tally with the budget presented here by then Minister D.J. Safa, the import cover was 3.7 months of import cover. So it's not, we should claim about that. I think there was some time we were even about, even within this government, we rose up to almost to 3.8 to 3.9 before COVID. But yet, it's just for the records, it's not a correction side. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, they say the true test of a budget is not how much is spent, but whether every euro spent reflects the priorities it proclaims. On that note, Mr. Speaker, we have a budget that is before us that has been gracefully submitted by the Minister of Finance someone will often say, is a blessing to his nation. He is out of politics. I've been here for quite a while. And when it is good, I will say it. When it is bad, I will also say it. I think he has added so much credibility in governance. However, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the budget the minister ably presented is anchored on the theme which I just want to draw the attention of the House, that strengthen budget credibility to safeguard the macroeconomic stability and protect livelihoods of citizens. When you look at the theme of the budget, the theme itself is very attractive. It gives confidence, it's promising, but does the theme actually speak to the realities? That is the question. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, what I believe, a budget is not just judged by its theme. It's not. A budget is normally judged by the allocations and by the priorities it places on that particular budget. When you look at the theme of the budget, and then you liken the theme to the allocations as so made on this schedule here, you see, you have questions to ask. And that goes to say, if you look at the theme itself, the ministers anchored on protection of ordinary citizens. And we all know that areas that protect ordinary citizens on social spending. If you don't invest on social spending, how will you protect ordinary citizens? You see the mismatch between the commitment and the allocations made so far in the appropriation, Mr. Speaker. Before I go to that one, Mr. Speaker, let me talk on the credibility aspect. The team and the finance, of course, are very credible and it's promised to strengthen credibility aspect. But I think when we say budget is credible, the foundation should start from the budget preparation itself. How you do proper forecasting, how you do proper planning, making sure that you foresee certain circumstances. There are certain parameters which affected or which led this budget to be here that are not new. One of those parameters, of course, is fear. We all know we don't produce fear here. So those volatilities always exist. So each time you present a budget, those are areas you must make sure that you do proper forecasting, you do proper planning to prevent budget distortions. Again, Mr. Speaker, we also know that energy subsidies is also one of the reasons why we have the supplementary here. And it's also not new. EFSA or EGTC have not been performing. Some of us have always raised this issue. It is an abuse that our constituents, our people will have to pay for energy tariffs, and yet at a cost higher than how EFSA buys from EGTC, and then they come and tell us we don't make profit. Even when us, as citizens or consumers, pay for GST, which is supposed to go for NRA, they don't pay. And yet government continues to subsidize them. They subsidize their inefficiency and not how they can be productive in supporting growth or growth of organizations. And one other thing, which I believe is one of the factors why this project is brought here, it is hidden. And I hope the Minister of Information is here or is somewhere watching. When he was on television, he said what was spent on the ECOWAS was 10 billion euros. That is what he knows that government have spent. Thank you, Honorable SOS. When you go to the estimate, it is now clear that government spent an amount of total amount of 326,499 million. If you are to quantify it in euros, oh yes, the ECOWAS, but 111,669 ECOWAS of which we spent 246,499, and then 612 heads of state, we have 80,000. When you add the total, it is 326,000. No, euros, sorry, euros. 326,499,000 euros. My question is, even though it is presumed not to have been spent, but all of us know that ECOWAS summit has ended. So it is here the budget is here just to justify what has been spent, which is questionable as per the Constitution and Implementation Act, to spend without the prior authority of Parliament. But the fact remains is one of the reasons why we have the budget, because government spends an amount of almost 326,499,000 euros on ECOWAS. And that is what is telling us now in the economy. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, yes, I want to look at how the team also relate to the allocations. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when you look at how much, I would have been very pleased seeing the downside or whatever the structure in the budget focuses on increasing allocation for agriculture, for health, and other areas. But there are areas that are not productive where emphasis is placed in terms of increase in budget allocation. And one of those sectors is the Office of Chief Minister. That office is important. I can't question it. It is coordinating other sectors. The minister is more intelligent than I know very much, and I don't doubt his competence. But I just believe that increasing its allocation by 74% from 16,778,800 to 29,221,500 might be, it needs something that needs explanation. That office is not producing anything, Mr. Speaker. That man is just a class president going and claiming successes of other ministries. That's not the work. Why should he be given this money? Leaving service delivery, Mr. Speaker. Look at what is allocated for the National Medical Supplies Agency. This is the agent that procured drugs for Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, that agency, the allocation to that agency drops from 69,250,850, which was the initial budget, as the revised budget. That allocation now shrinks to just 17,505,000. It drops by 73%. That's the procurement of drugs, and then yet he increased 74% for just the money for just the class president, leaving the students in class. Mr. Speaker, members, we look at the office of the president. Last year, I questioned, but the minister was so brave, and using the game was good because he was chairman of the Commission of Head of State of ECOWAS, for which, as an opposition, I want to commend him that he served us so well. Again, Mr. Speaker, but for now, Mr. Speaker, he's no longer the chairman. I would not expect him to be traveling like he was traveling when he was chairman. So why do we have such an increase again in his office? When you look at the office of the Secretary to the President, his allocation also increased by about 19%. Mr. Speaker, when you take that in tandem with his priority project, which is the 3 salons, Mr. Speaker, you will see the disparity between the President's allocation to the important sector, which is the infrastructure project. It says, Mr. Speaker, that sector, while the President's budget increased by 19%, the total allocation to the 3 salons, Mr. Speaker, is reduced by almost 75%, Mr. Speaker. For the required allocation, Mr. Speaker, what was budgeted was 25 million. It dropped to 61. When you go to the capital budget, the 3 salon expenditure, that was budgeted on 242,000. It dropped to a mere 75,000. Mr. Speaker, remember, the National Public Procurement Authority is also one area and want to draw the attention of the minister. Mr. Speaker, this is not an agency that procures. It is just a regulatory body. But I'm shocked to the amount of increase that happened in that sector. That sector's allocation was increased by about 486%. What was projected in initial allocation was 8 million euros. And what is now proposed as per the revised budget here is 23,114,000. What are they doing? Are they not procuring on behalf of ministry? They are not. They are not procuring, they are just regulating. Probably they can have a deeper look into that particular sector. It might be a mistake. Again, Mr. Speaker, one area I also want to draw the attention to the government is that of human capital development. The President has done so much. And that's why he has even enacted in the Education Act to make sure that free education becomes now a law. Kudos to him. And that one must be something every other president should support. But looking at the reduction in human capital development, which supports ordinary Sierra Leoneans, it also reduced by about 82%. It was 203,512,900 as per the initial budget. It's now being revised to just 36,024, 36,024,000 euros, a drop of at least 82%. And that is where we belong, the people belong to. So if a budget that to protect the citizens, these are the correct areas that must reflect in the increases. Mr. Speaker, on the statistics, Mr. Speaker, I also realize that we are in a census here. In December, we conduct the census, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the allocation to census, it was 8 million euros. What is now being said, what is now being appropriated is just around 1,817. It dropped by at least 79%. And Mr. Speaker, what are we saying? This is where the government's commitment lies. To only assure Sierra Leone, to assure partners that we are into conducting a credible and more acceptable census. But if you can reduce such a critical allocation during the census year, Mr. Speaker, I think the ministry needs to rethink and reprioritize census, because census is not only for election, but even planning for governance, Mr. Speaker, depends on the quality of data that is produced by statistics review, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I want to quickly talk on the early warning. I am chairman, the self-pronounced chairman, Mr. Speaker, but of the early warning and mechanism response center, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that committee, that sector is very important. If you look at the threat to our environment, and from Tonkolini, the oil river, which has a tendency to generate sustainable energy, to even give us sustainable water supply for the western area, that river is now being threatened by illegal mining activities, Mr. Speaker. So we need to empower this sector so that they can give adequate warnings to ensure that we prevent disruptions in those rivers. Last day, Mr. Speaker, on revenue performance, Mr. Speaker. I want to submit that much as we are talking about the revenue performance is dropping, there are certain things we must take seriously as a parliament, Mr. Speaker. And one of those is the continuous giveaways of government in most viable areas that we are supposed to generate revenue. We have ratified a lot of agreements here. In areas where government is supposed to generate revenue, we'll bring in private players for a 70-30 arrangement, Mr. Speaker. What is bad? Imagine that the agreement will just pass for which investment board was doing. Mr. Speaker, bringing the technology will not cost government much. What is so difficult that you have to outsource just registration of companies to a private player just for you to have 70-30 arrangement? The private player 70%, government 30%. This is affecting the NRS performance. Those people that are doing the processing are NRS staff or investment board staff. But yet the private player is cutting away 70%, while the government is just getting 30%. The same for the government printer. If we are running machinery, yes, we applaud the investment, but yet, just because of the investment, we give away 70% for 10 years to a private player. This is affecting the revenue performance of NRE. I want to make a last call, and this call is not a political. We can generate so much from GST. The reality is we are all paying for GST, but to go through. We are all. When you go to these shops, they are including GST on the price they are paying, but they don't pay it over to NRE. So I think it is about time that the ministry calls a dialogue of all of us as politicians, so that on a day we take a lead as to how we do proper enforcement on GST. If we can focus on GST, Mr. Speaker, certainly GST has the potential to generate more revenue than even the pot, than almost all that sectors, because no matter how poor you are, you buy. All of us are connected to buying and selling. And so therefore, if we place emphasis on GST collection through enforcement, Mr. Speaker, we will go a long way to make sure that we do the needful. On that note, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I want to thank you, and I want to ask that the minister considers my observation in good faith. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you very much, Honorable Aaron Kroma. Honorable Mustafa Salo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance and team for putting together this document. We know it's not an easy task. It's enshrined in our broad law, Subsection 3 of 412 of the Constitution of Syria in 1991 provides for this. It's a constitutional mandate, and the ministry have done the right thing by bringing it in. It's very difficult to talk after you see the MP from Bumali, MP from Sokoki, the MP from Kenima have taken the floor. However, I want to make a few clarifications before I can come to my debate proper. The Honorable from Bumali said in his presentation that currently our port is not having much because of the costs levied here. But I want to make a clarification. I want to point that currently we are managing Guinea, by extension Mali. The port of Sierra Leone is handling those ports because Mali hasn't got a port, so they do their import and export to Guinea, and now we are handling that facility for Guinea as well. So that's why you even see we have a port in along the things and people grafting. So currently, as I speak, the port is congested right now. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that is why recently we saw the port authority.
If you get this kind of volume, why not cut and off?
Port authority saw just the government of Sierra Leone about $8 million in income. I think that is something we have to get very clear here for the people of Sierra Leone to understand that our port is now managing the port of Guinea and by extension Mali. So that shows how prudent and how effective our system is right now. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to talk about import that we are making comparison. I don't want to put too much into comparison, but in 2006, 2007, it was at 4.5 months. And when we come to 2008, it dropped down. 2009, it dropped to 3.0 months of import cover. So you see the decrease in the foreign reserve from 2006, 2007, and 2008. We come in 2019, it was 3.5, 2020 it was 4.9 months of import cover. Yes, the minister have explained the reasons and the causes to this particular point we are right now. He's very honest, he has explained everything to us about the causes and how they are going to put in place management to manage the finances of this nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Antti. I want to look at the areas of education. My colleague from Mobani and from Tokyo was talking about that the ministry has decreased the allocation to education to some amount that is not compatible with. In 2018-2019, the input were 100%. Construction of additional classroom, procurement of buses, procurement of teacher material, and so on and so on. These are tangible. So you cannot expect the amount, the scale of 2018-2019 to remain the same in the second half of this project implementation, because we have these structures now. So now we are not scaling our API. So you cannot say if you are putting 100% budget for that allocation for 2018, 2019, 2020, it should be the same in 2026, 2027. Because you now have buses that are up and running, you now have structures, you now have these schools that are constructed across the country. So these are some of the reasons why if you see any decrease in the budget for frequency education, that is why, because we are now looking at the monetary and the sustainability aspect of it as well. The structures are there already. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me talk on the EXA. Government currently is buying at 21 cents a kilowatt, and they sell at 18 cents a kilowatt. No profit. No profit. I had my colleague say government is buying, government is selling at, we are paying as consumers, but government is subsidizing as well. I think that's something I just want to make very clearly. Now to the documents proper. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to talk about the implementation of the tax measures. NRA. I'm not seeing the commissioner around. We can broaden the tax base for GST, but we have solved our problem because we have to increase our revenue. Domestic revenue has to be increased. And I think NRA is doing very well in that direction. But even if we broaden the base, we have to put in place mechanisms. We should monitor the mechanisms as well, because otherwise, even with the tax base of GST, we can broaden this base. If you don't monitor the petition, we cannot get the appropriate result. So I think as a commission, we need to all, as politicians or citizens of this country, we need to give hands to NRA to support them so that we can achieve this goal. Because they are doing very well in achieving their result to get the revenue for the development of this nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the minister in his presentation talked about the macroeconomic and budget performance in the first half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the emergence of tension between the United States and Israel and Ireland, leading to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz at the end of February 2026, triggered the immediate and significant rise in the international oil price, rose rapidly from an average of $70 per barrel to $138 per barrel. This is almost 100% increase. From $70 to $138. This is almost 95.6% increase. That's very huge. And these are not planned. These are external shocks. So for me, I think what the government is doing is to be able to manage this shock. And we have seen the product is right across the country. We have it abundant in the country. There's no shortage. There is no queue. You've never seen queue along the street of freight across the country. I think the government is doing well. The shock is not by our own making. It's not the making of this country or the president or the minister himself. But what they are doing as a ministry is to put in place some safeguards and how to mitigate this measure. I think that is what the minister was explaining during his presentation. I think we have to look at that as well. Now, we are subsidizing. The budget is here because of these reasons. Because as per law, as per Section 112 of the Constitution, they cannot spend a dime in no regard to the South to come and give approval for this additional expenditures. When the budget was prepared, we never anticipated this kind of shock. So now we have up to 95 to 98% increase in the cost of petroleum products. And still, we are using it on a daily basis. And it's a political community. So as a government, what have we done? We put in place some measures to ensure that at least citizens get the product across, because it's a political community. And now we are not subsidizing to get this fuel to the price to consumers. I think that's something we should applaud the ministry for. Because in some places, we've seen some countries, I think we are doing fine in this direction. Some countries, they don't even have fuel. Like Cuba, at one time, they had to ask Russia to send fuel for them. Everything was shut down. Everything was shut down for 3 days. For this country, we have not realized that. I think more safe rules to the management of this financial management team, the finance minister, the bank governor, and the rest of the team that are working assiduously to ensure that we meet our challenges. And in the midst of all these external shocks, we are still able to provide for the citizens of this country. I think that's what we should applaud the government for. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's also talk about the announcement of the peace. When they announced the peace deal for a short while, you see the decrease. Immediately, what happened? That decrease was filtered down to the ordinary customer, and that's happened in this country. We saw what the ministry did as well. So if we are here today to discuss budget, I think we have to discuss it with realistic, nationalistic sincerity, and with all components that the ministry and the government is doing very well. This is just like when you are flying an airplane. When you take off, turbulence is outside of control. But what you do as a pilot is to manage the turbulence. not to get it off track. I think that's what the ministry is doing. These extra jobs are not making, but they are doing extremely well to ensure that one, salaries are paid on time. Fuel is all over the place. You can see there is no scarcity. So you see, even now, the minister is going to work. One, they have secured some funds to get essential commodities in this country: rice, flour, frozen foods across the country. I think these are some of the measures that are put in place as a responsible government to ensure that we get to this point. So the import cover, yes, we are still tackling that, and the minister have explained to us. Now we have 2.5 months of import cover. Yes, that is a huge progress from where we are before. We are battling with inflation, but what have we done? The exchange rates remain stable. For the past 4 to 5 years, it has been stable, within the same range. Because of all these challenges we are going through, I think this is something we should be looking at. The management of the fiscal discipline of this government through the Ministry of Finance is something we should be proud of. Because had it been for a team like this that know what they are doing, by now this country would have been something different. Because with all these shocks, we are still able to manage. One, inflation rate is stable from 2023 to now. 2022, 23, 24, 26 is relatively stable. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I want to talk about the inflation. In 2023, the inflation rate was over 50%, and it dropped down because of all the shocks. It has risen to some point, but yet still, it retains a reasonable percentage. That is something because of the fiscal discipline of the Ministry of Finance and the team that are working on this issue. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, external debt has decreased by 2.8% to 1.8 billion, while the rates of increase for the domestic debt moderate to 19.8% in 2025, totaling to $33.9 billion, $1.5 billion US. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, the external debt is something most of these debts were incurred for the development process, and we have to manage it because these are our debts, these are national debts. But the ministry, what they have done, they have put in place strategies to be able to push in all of this, both external and internal debt. They are managing it very well, and the presentation is very clear here. We talk about the issue of the allocation to various MPs across. Office of the Chief Minister, we won't talk about. We are looking, some of you are looking at the individual as a minister, as a corporate office of the Chief Minister. But you have sub-components under that Office of the Chief Minister. It's not just the Chief Minister that is allocated, that's not the allocated. We have sub-components under that. We can look at the good side, there are sub-components under that. These are some of the things we should be looking at when we see this allocation. Let us not listen to see, because we have seen the good side, we also say this is so exorbitant, this allocation is not fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I want to pay special attention to the revenue mobilization, because that is where we get our money to manage the economy. There's a deficit currently in grants. So what can we do as a government? The strategies outlined here are very clear. I refer you to page 7 to 8 where the strategies are laid here. How we can generate revenue to support our development projects and to be able to push in the effect of these external shocks that we are getting right now. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, these budgets, the reason why supplementary budget is here, I think is for, we've explained that, but it's for two main reasons. One, we have this Iran-US war. We have to increase our expenditure, and by no means we can do that without coming to Parliament, because that should be an affront to Parliament, and it will not work well for the ministry to go ahead to spend a dime on this budget without passing to Parliament. Secondly, we are subsidizing fuel, we are subsidizing energy as well. We are paying money to the service providers for energy. I think that is something we should applaud this government for as well. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, we have a lot of issues that we are dealing with right now as a country and as a nation. Since 2026, there has been a weakening in some of the key macroeconomic variables due to the fall out from the Middle East crisis and the associated rise in the international oil price above the earlier projection of it. This we've explained. But nevertheless, we have seen the measures we have taken in pushing all of this to ensure that we meet our target and we're able to provide for Sri Lankans in this country across. And I think we are doing very well in that direction. Because when you look at the other sectors, we have different sectors as well. Look at education, agriculture, we are doing very well. Minister of Agriculture, for example, look at the agriculture today. Currently, we have increased production by over 8%. WFP currently secure school feeding for local producers. I think that is something we should applaud this country and the Ministry of Agriculture for as well, because we are not using imported rice. We are buying food rice from our local farmers. I think home rice we have increased that by over 8%. It's on record. WFP. We are buying from our local. We have increased food production by 8%. That's on record. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I am not saying, for the record, I'm not saying we're not using imported rice. What I'm saying, that local food production, especially rice, has increased to over 8%, and the WFP is now getting rice for this to school. The school feeding, we are now using our own local rice in this country. So that's the point I'm making. So, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I want to make it very clear that this current supplementary project we are having, we have to pay attention to revenue. The EU, like Mr. Minister said, for grants, the EU have contributed, and the EU gave us some performance indicators. Mr. Minister knows about that. And one of the performance indicators is increasing external revenue mobilization. Second is prudent financial management. Another is procurement management as well. I think these are some of the variables or indicators that we should be able to record positive results on. Then we can get more on that. The more equal summit. There is no way we can compare these two. No way. 1980 and this one. No way. No way. These are two different strategies, two different approaches, two different methodologies. They are different. Remember, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, let me make this point to the citizens of this country. In 1980, as per record, our currency was 50% value of the British pound. It was only after the then government forced to bring the AOU at that time here in Israel to hold it. That was when our currency started to value. They printed our Mr. Speaker, this is history. I want to we started going down the drains.
I don't think there is any contention. So I don't want you to create any contention around this.
It's comparison. That's what they are comparing. They are not talking about the advance. So I'm not comparing the two.
Don't get this chamber out for me.
The OEU is not anybody.
Mr. Minister, that honourable wants to get this chamber very, very often. Proceed. You have 1 more minute.
I hope I'll be giving Speaker as a
1 minute. 1 more minute.
The leader of opposition. You told my friend, can you come to my aid to give me I'm not going to pass anymore. It's okay.
Unlike I want you to use
You know, the other member we used to go to television and that when they invite us this way, no, I'm not going to go to the I said it. Anyway. Speaker, honourable members, on a more serious note, I want to encourage the ministry for the hard work they have been doing. It is not easy to manage an economy like this. Our economy is very, 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 very small. With all the external shocks, we have not experienced. Some of us are traveling. You sense when you go out of this country, you sense the economic growth that is hitting some of our countries. I went to Ghana. I couldn't buy. When I asked for something, they were telling me this is 60 Ghana cedis. 600 Ghana cedis. That's about $50. Just a shirt. $50. I can get 2 of these shirts here in Singapore. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the Ministry of Finance and the team are doing extremely well. Extremely well. As an economist, I don't care whether we are these fights of Nigeria, fights of Sierra Leone, they are the same value and the same purpose. So that is important. For economists, you have to make savings. Cost benefit analysis, you have to do that. You are an economist. So it doesn't matter. Mr. Speaker, as I round up, I want to plead the local government commission. This is the person appealing coming for me as the chair. It's the person appealing for me to the ministry and team. Local government commission. We need to support them. We just approved commissioners here, from the chairman to the area commissioner. They are still seated here. I will have to look at their condition of service. Approve them, but it's a huge task for us as a parliament and as a ministry, as a member of the committee of finance and the chair and take this opportunity. We need to use the team to look into this because the chairman is here, all the four commissioners are still here. They need support to go and do their work. Without them functioning, the local government ministry will not function because there are series of issues that they come up with every now and then. We sit on matters for council and we call them, they are not investigated. So I think it's our time that the ministry is to ensure that at least let there be some consideration for them for this remaining quarter of the year so that they can get to work. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, as I conclude, I want to thank you very much for this. And I hope and pray that we'll be able to manage and match up to standards because we are moving the import buffer, we are moving to the foreign reserve, we are now 2.5, move to 4 or 5 or 6 months of import buffer before 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mustafa Selu. Before we go on to Honorable AKK, I wish at this stage to recognize the following personalities who are here this morning with us. Beginning with Mr. Mohammed M. Massakwoi. Where is he? I recognize the presence of Mr. Mohammed Massakwoi. Can you stand up, please? I recognize the presence of Mr. Kai El Bayo. Where is he? Mr. Salifu El Suma. Is he here? Mr. Sa Kulum. Mr. Simeon Bangura. Where is he? Mr. Mohammed Fuk Kamara. Joseph Giba, Madam Fatmata Edna Kabo, where is she? Dr. Ailara Madi. Thank you, you're welcome. Madam Lydia Elskabo. Mr. Richard S. Williams. Where is he here? The AG. Mr. Dr. Alassane Mansari. Here. Are they all gone? I recognize the presence of Dr. Ibrahim Angura. I Almami Bangura. I recognize the presence of Dr. Samuel Bonzu. I recognize the presence of Mr. Andrew Jaya Kaikai, Director of NDLEA, and my brother. You are welcome. I recognize the presence of Dr. Edward Taylor, the Chairman, Presidential Infrastructure Initiative. I recognize the presence of Mr. Safia Mwewa, the Chairman, I recognize the presence of Alaji Abu Komen. I recognize the presence of Mr. Raymond Carter. Mr. Raymond Carter. I recognize the presence of Honorable Alaji Alpha Kanu. I recognize the presence of Mr. David Fortune. Fortune is the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs. I recognize the presence of Mr. Dwight Zelfi Sharif. Here. I recognize the presence of Mr. Ambrose James. I recognize the presence of Madam Geneva J. Bangura, the Commissioner General. Here. I recognize the presence of Madam Susan B. Koka, Mr. Mohamed B. Kabo, Mr. John Morgan Kruma. I recognize the presence of Mr. Adams Kabo, Mr. Ibrahim G. Bure, yes, Ms. Janet Y. Thomas. Oh, you're welcome. I recognize the presence of Mr. Jacob Sekisi. Yes, welcome. Mr. Mori Momo, PDFS, and Mrs. Daphne Bangura. You are all actually welcome to our family. Now we move on to Honorable AKK.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today we're looking at the supplementary budget, and it is much more needed at a time like this. The minister has made very clear for budget credibility and to authorize expenditures. Mr. Speaker, during this debate, it is clear that two intelligent speakers before me, the Honorable SOS from Bombali, the Honorable Member from Bombali, and the Honorable Selu. Honorable Selu, your lecturer was just behind me and they asked me to tell you he's impressed with your debate today. And interestingly, your lecturer happens to be one of my mentees and is impressed. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there's something controversial I need to clear before I move forward. He said there is a reduction in the import duty. The Honorable Secretary is saying there is high traffic at the port. While the Honorable SOS was saying it's a decline. But for some of us who are in the PAC, who have called all the players around the quay, and for some of us who drive to the east, you see increase, there is a steady increase. There is a volume of increase. So if somebody is saying there is a reduction in the import duty, then there is something we need to think seriously about. And I know the minister will answer that question, but for me as a politician, I will simply ask, who is chopping the money? Is there a chopping syndicate? The Honorable Deputy Speaker is smiling because they asked the fact. Even the people at the port were here to ask us to talk to the traffic division of the CLA police to allow them to fly during the day to reduce the congestion at the port. So if there is a congestion,
hold on, Honorable. Sorry. I recognize the presence of the bank governor. And the financial section. You don't need to wonder. So proceed.
Mr. Speaker, that introduction is like a warning to me. Now the FS is here. But Mr. Speaker, I think that has been laid to rest, that there is an increase in the traffic.
Hold on. Who did this list? Who did the list?
The list. No, list of.
You were not thorough enough. I also recognize the presence of the Deputy Minister One of Finance.
If there is an increase, there should be an increase in import duty. But how do we struggle with the traffic? We struggle with the port size and everything, and you tell us there is a reduction, a massive reduction in import duty. Something is not clear, and somebody needs to talk to us as a nation on where is the money going. But Mr. Speaker, that takes me to the second point. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, when we go into privatization moves, we must also be careful not to be throwing away the very resources of the nation. Because what has affected us in a revenue drive in most of those institutions is we have privatized almost all the sensitive areas we are getting revenues from. So even when you see there is an increase in containers coming in country, you still see there is a reduction in the amount we get as a nation. So we need to ask ourselves, and Minister of Finance, we need to look at the players and the key. What is government getting? Who is taking up the huge aspect of our revenue in that scheme? If not, we'll still get the inflows. Guinea is now, some of us who are in Gambia at the border path, we see containers going out. We see the traffic. So if you tell us we are not getting much, who is chopping the money? Who is benefiting on behalf of the nation when the nation is struggling to survive? Is it done by our own very hands as members of parliament giving out privatization contracts without understanding the implications? And this is where I go back to Mr. Speaker and I say, the ruling you made the other day must be enforced. That we look at certain contracts even before coming with them to the world, and you advise His Excellency on what is good for this nation. But most times we rush those agreements. We rush the agreements. You see, the economic activities are so buoyant, but they are booming. But the economic gain to the country keeps reducing. This is worrisome. Mr. Speaker, whenever there is a budget, for some of us, we look at the main government priorities and we expect to see buoyance in those areas. But this supplementary budget is the reverse. And most members of parliament here, more than 2/3 of members of parliament are coming from the provincial side. Mr. Speaker, the devolved sector on health, the amount of money spent on the health has also been reduced. This is where our PHUs are. This is where our CHC are. If you reduce that again, what is the assurance of our people in our villages to get medical care? And when we say this, people feel offended. But you cannot keep reducing people. Speaker, again, this is worrisome because our people in those villages need health care. If they cannot get anything, but let them be assured that if they go to the health care, the PHUs, the CHCs, they can get the basic treatment they deserve. Well, if we take that away again from them, and we are increasing money for class prefects, it is not helping our people. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, again to education, the money allocated to basic education again has been reduced, even at a time when we struggle to pay school subsidies. I will continue to talk on school subsidies, not because I am an owner of a school, but because we want the school system to operate. No, I don't. I build schools for my community. I don't own them. These schools still struggle with wash facilities. They still struggle to pay teachers that are not on the payroll. And we talk about effectiveness when we don't give them money on time. We give untimely disbursement. In some schools, ever since they've been approved, the same amount that was given to them, either there is an increase in number roll or not, the amount remains the same. This is worrisome. And in the midst of all this challenge, we knife off again the money allocated to the basic education. As if that is not enough. The major flagship project of His Excellency, which is agriculture again, knife off. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as we rebuild the youth sector, as we want to regain the youth, we want to say, okay, let's empower the youth. The allocation again to the youth sector, knife off. But every year, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am so particular about this. The allocation to the UN delegation that leaves this country every year. We are part of governance as opposition. We are part of governance. Again, there is a massive increase from 10 to 22. And in all of this, government will, even here, when allocations are sent to members of parliament, it's only MPs of the ruling bench that leave this parliament. So go to UN General Assembly. Are we not Sierra Leoneans? Are we not part of governance? You know, I have been going very
Speaker, point of order. You know, when you bring parliament to the as a member of parliament, you need to justify. What I do, we have Mohamed Bangura as the chairman of foreign Is it on top to when you bring parliament things to distribute, you have to justify. On record, Bangura is APC. Thompson is APC. You know, sometimes we need to speak the truth. You don't control the administration of parliament. It's has to do with the speaker and the clerk. So if you are saying you are not part of governance, that means you are saying Mohamed Bangura is not part of APC. So leader, I'm not part of APC.
Leaders. Mr. Speaker, I want us to be very clear.
Yes.
The leader of government business has been very instrumental in ensuring that we have this parliamentary nomination stuff. He has been very instrumental. And I want to commend him for that. I could remember we formed the joint team to Abuja, and he said it unapologetically. You see, and the honorable was quite on it. You know, we want to say nobody should suffer. This is a parliament, and we have the parliament administration, which is quite different. We are part of governance. We are now independent arm of governance. When you could agree with me that on several occasions we will have all the leadership of the ruling bench, you know, going to UN General Assembly and none of the leadership on this side would go.
No, not the lady case. The lady case. No, the lady case.
So this is a wake-up call that opportunities should be made available to members of parliament disregarding their political lineage. No member of parliament should suffer because his political party is not in governance. You know, you can argue with me that since I came, I have not had official. Yes, we are almost done.
No, all the leaders, so all the leaders are going to have official meetings. I can assure you.
Mr. Speaker, they have still not answered my question. We have three sets of people in parliament. We have the opposition, hold on, sir. We have the APC and the APC opposition, the paramount chief and SFP. I have asked, they said, the which of them has never been to United Nations. If Mohamed Bangura and does it not APC, whatever political ramifications there are, that has to deal with your internal administration. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, please. The paramount chiefs are always taking to the United Nations. Our records are very clear. On records, no matter the intra-party democracy, I don't want to go back to 2012 to 2018. When they went to the Security Council, when they went to the United Nations, when they went to with the former leader of government business, Honorable Ibrahim, we saw the videos. We are not there. You are dancing. But we are not agreed. I am asking a question. Mohamed Bangura, Honorable Thompson, I'm not part of APC, yes or no? Yes, and I ask you to read
Mr. Speaker, no, this is just a short one. Once it concerns representation from the All People's Congress political party, I am sure you cannot beat the time of the leader. I should make the recommendations. So if you make the recommendations, and you do not contact the leader, then it's not a representation from the party. Maybe it's a subtle way of compromising the LPS.
I am chairman of one
Mr. Speaker, what became the argument was not my argument. My argument is, if you just increase from 10 million to 22 for just visitation and clapping at the General Assembly, and leave our intelligence on buying drugs, that is wickedness. That is my interest. Mr. Speaker, let me.
What do you mean by
Mr. Speaker, most of the people are saying this guy. Mr. Speaker,
there are several sections at the UN General Assembly. Several sections.
Mr. Speaker, this is why we say we must have representation on this side. Yes. Because for us who monitor the General Assembly from the internet, all we see most times, I haven't even seen the Honorable Selu clapping and dancing.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. I just want to inform this House that whenever a delegation go to United Nations, it's not singing and clapping. We have bilateral meetings. And secondly, I am chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee.
Don't react to that.
repeat efforts for records. I have never gone to the US on a government ticket. I have never. Mr. Speaker, I will take your advice in this team. Mr. Speaker, other two areas that have been reduced is the tertiary education, the Ministry of Higher Education. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have a situation where we just brought in new institutions coming in, and new universities. We've introduced new programs, and we are cutting down tertiary education. This is where we build the future of this nation. This is where we invest. We cannot continue to talk about human capital development. We reduce education, agriculture, and health. Mr. Speaker, what is so worrisome? As our country still continue to fight drug abuse, every year when we have a budget, supplementary budget, I'll continue to say we must increase in the area of the Drug Law Enforcement Agency. If you see this one, it has been reduced. This shows our impact as a nation to fight drugs. Mr. Speaker, it's more than Kush. 2 to 5, and every other thing is still around. Mobility is still a crisis for the institution. Manpower is still a crisis for the institution. Even fear is a crisis for the institution. They don't have a bicycle. How do you talk about fear? So if all of these things is missing, we must increase. These are the areas we want government to be increasing, and not for the office of the Chief Minister. Mr. Speaker, the one I will not shout loud is that of the Minister of Finance themselves. No, they are doing well. That's true. They are doing very well. I'm just saying the increase, the ratio. I have not got the number. Don't go ahead with me on that. So, Mr. Speaker, in all of this, we are still asking that when we have supplementary budget like this, they must not be seen to address just the office of the president, the chief minister, and other. But again, we need to see a reflection in the key ministries that drive change in society. As minister and the chairman of finances, some of us are always working with him to ensure we contribute to the revenue of this nation. Mr. Speaker, you go to the private sector, even the restaurants where we eat, people will give you receipts that are not GST. And I've said in this house over and over again, I still wait to have a day where this parliament will be seated just to discuss and debate the issue of the GST, and how we can have maybe a special regulations to address the issue of the GST. We have increased tax in almost all areas. I still hold the opinion that if we increase our monitoring of the GST, we can do better than what we're doing now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable AKK, thank you very much. Honorable Engineer Balatenga.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members, Engineer Honorable Falatengbe from Kailam District, Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of the fiscal year 2026 supplementary budget that is in front of this Honorable House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary budget is not a sign of failure. Mr. Speaker, it is rather a sign of responsive governance. Mr. Speaker, the original budget that was crafted was meant with a view to have solved our problems from January to December. But the realities changed along the line, Mr. Speaker, and that's the treason. Mr. Speaker, I don't want my people from Yenga or from Kwelu or the village I'm coming from, Pangben in Dakar, Congo,
to find themselves in what I would call an economic predicament. Hence, the necessary need for this particular supplementary budget to be passed by this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this is not an extra spending. Mr. Speaker, it is rather an extra protection for the people of this nation. Remember, when the Yenga issue broke up, we never knew there was going to be a kind of deadlock where we'll see Guineans coming to illegally occupying our lands. So it is in this very budget, the January to December 2026 budget, that military officers in numbers, OSD officers in numbers, went to secure the Yenga land and outlying villages. Mr. Speaker, if we say we cannot pass this supplementary budget today, it means those military officers, the people within that particular area, will suffer. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable from Bombali was debating, he made mention about reserve being depleted. But Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. This budget has got nothing to do with our reserve, the supplementary budget. Rather, Mr. Speaker, this budget is coming from the consolidated fund. And usually we bring in supplementary budget to the view of remedying challenges that were unforeseen. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable the Honorable member also from Bombali made mention about inflation. He said inflation is just going up. Inflation is going up. But Mr. Speaker, inflation is not made in Sierra Leone. It is neither made in Freetown. Mr. Speaker, inflation is something that is polluting us across the world. America today, England, they are all suffering. They are crying from high prices. I want to implore my brothers on the other side to seriously to support this supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the honorable member from Tongolili as well doubted the credibility and said it is not touching the lives of the people. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, an increase for the police in this very budget speaks to the fact that we are looking after the people of this country. When the honorable member was debating, the honorable member from Cambia, he was only mentioning where there was a shortfall. He never spoke about the increments that they made for the police. He also never mentioned the increments that is made, in the communication ministry. These are all pointers that also speak to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, a credible budget tells the truth and adjusts the realities on the ground. Mr. Speaker, what is not credible is to stick to the January to December original budget. When the world has changed, when fuel price is going up, when the Strait of Hormuz is closed, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the finance minister for, in fact, having the right acumen and panache in leading this country. What he has demonstrated is a clear depiction about the fact that he knows what he is doing and this country is in safer hands. Mr. Speaker, why do I support this budget? Mr. Speaker, I support this budget for the following fundamentalisms. One has got to do with the government following the law. Mr. Speaker, the other has got to do with that of the fact that the Minister of Finance, he's a very powerful man, but he didn't just choose to approve this budget. He has brought it to this honorable house as per law in section 112 of the 1991 Constitution, and also as stated or enshrined in the Public Financial Management Regulation of 2018. Mr. Speaker, this shows we have a humble finance minister leading a humble team that are following, procedures. Mr. Speaker, another thing that is very important as to why I support this particular supplementary bill has got to do with the fact that it has transparency in it. When you are not in government, it is easy for you to criticize. You will just say there was no increment in agriculture. You will say there was no increment in energy. These are realities. But remember, as a government, they think ahead. We have what we call donor-funded projects. We have government-funded projects. So if I see, for whatever reason, that on this particular thematic area, government is doing well, then I'll take other areas or activities into depending on government or foreign funded projects with a view of getting a balance in between. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the extra money that is needed in this particular supplementary budget is because of the challenges we are currently faced as a nation. The supplementary budget is to respond to the realities as stated earlier. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I want to ask that the people of Yenga be considered in this supplementary budget. They are currently stationed in Kwendu. They are in dire need of food. They are in dire need of quick fit shelters. And Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that if we are to pass this budget today, and that is considered, then we would have done justice to the Kisiten people and especially my people that I represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Dr. Umfa Kruma. Honorable Umupai, you ready? No, I'm allowing the women.
I'm letting it be loud.
And
yes.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Honorable Umupai. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members. We're here today again with a supplementary budget from the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance. The Minister made it clear the reasons why this supplementary budget is before us. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would just want to remind this House what were the essence of the budget of 2026 were. The theme of that budget was enhancing domestic revenue, mobilization for sustained economic stability and improved revenue generation. But today, in front of us here, is a supplementary budget that seeks to strengthen budget credibility, to safeguard macroeconomic stability, and protect livelihood of citizens. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I believe challenges confronted by this government in the budget of 2026 have informed or forced this government to come into a supplementary budget. Indeed, we are not oblivious of the fact that there's a global crisis. All prices have gone up. Inflation was in single digits, now it's in double digits. And the government has to respond accordingly. But it's also our responsibility as an opposition or parties to governance to alert government on some of the challenges. The challenges that have made this government unable to meet, first, the agenda of the 2026 budget, which was to ensure that they enhance domestic revenue. If you go to page 4 of this supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and 23, the minister reminded us that domestic revenue collected during the first half of 2026 amounted to 10.5 billion, which was 5.5% of GDP, and below the revised target by 369,000 euros. And he said the shortfall was mainly accounted for by lower than projected collection of goods and services, that is GST, custom excise duties, and road users' charges. But of course, we continue to engage MDAs in our committees, our respective committees. And the Honorable from Gambia, in his submission, stated that we've seen a lot of activities on the road of trucks, loading and unloading, the movement of heavy-duty vehicles across our toll gates, and all of that has not accounted for higher revenue. We also know that Sierra Leone and our ports have been used as a transit point of containers to other countries. The question is, and the question we should be asking the Sierra Leone ports, is to know what is happening with the containers that are coming through our ports. What I can suggest is undermining revenue collection in our country as we speak. It's a possibility that we use our ports as a transit point. And some of the containers that do come to our shores and are only paying the transit fee are taken out of the ports, but they are open, and the products that come from those containers do not go out of the country, but they are used in our country. So which means we are undermining the efforts of government in ensuring that revenue collected for containers that come into our country as a final destination, we are not benefiting from that. So the authorities at the ports need to answer to this government and to this parliament why those containers do come through our ports. They claim that they are coming through Sierra Leone as a transit point, but Sierra Leone do become their final destination. Governments have not succeeded in ensuring that they meet the enhanced revenue mobilization. Government has been undermined by government operatives that have seen a reduction of government revenue. But what we should be asking again as we move forward, how long will we continue down this road? How long will government continue to borrow and borrow? It is stated in paragraph 29 that the deficit in our budget was financed by borrowing from both foreign and domestic sources. But we note that most of our borrowing is coming from domestic sources. And we also note that when government borrow more from domestic sources, then the private sector definitely suffers and suffocates. Because government, we know, pay more interest on their loans. So the private banks or the public financial banks, like commercial banks, Commercial Bank, or local commercial banks,
are more interested in loaning to government versus loaning to the private sector. And we've always held this view that for the economy to grow, the private sector must be able to thrive. But if government is borrowing more from these banks, then the banks are not even encouraged to loan to private sector investors. So indeed, the suffocation of the economy because of lack of loans to the private sector will be felt across the board. It also means that government will be forced to even create jobs for the people that puts pressure on government for jobs. Because what is clear is that government has to ensure that the private sector grow and influence the private sector to create jobs for the people that they want to give jobs to. So it is a vicious cycle, and it does have a ripple effect. Because if government is creating more jobs, means the wage bill will go up. If government is creating more jobs, it means government have to borrow more. And if government is borrowing more, it means the private sector will continue to suffer. Then indeed our public debt will continue to expand. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in this budget, it is critical that yes, we want to ask government why they've seen a rise downwards of the expenditure towards agriculture. We also want to ask government why we've seen health services budget increase. Because we want to see in the increment of the revision of spending in health, what are the return in the increment of spending in health. But with agriculture spending less, which is, by the way, it's the government's flagship program, we want to see why we've seen a reduction in the spending of agriculture from the amount as indicated in the beginning in that budget of 2026 versus what we've been given here. We noted that in the first half of the year, government was supposed to spend 95,335 leons, but government ended up spending up 61,968,700, and that for the balance of this year, government intends to spend 29,413. Yes, the amount, when you do the math, will end up to be the same. But indeed, I can tell you emphatically that agriculture needs more than that expenditure. So today, Mr. Minister, I just have a few questions for you. And you will take notes and you answer. As we intend to increase spending, how do you ensure to increase your revenue? How do you ensure to see that borrowing is reduced? How do you ensure to see that the grants, because we know grants help government in managing the surplus, the shortfalls. How do you intend to reallocate expenditure? The Honorable from Cambia stated the expenditure to foreign missions. Foreign missions have reduced, but as we note, since 2018, 19, and 20, we've advised that government cannot continue to increase more missions or creating more missions across the country because it will increase the government expenditure. We want to know what will be the impact of the fiscal deficit on public debt. Whether spending will align with government's mid-term or medium-term national development plan. The energy sector, Mr. Minister, the energy sector shows an increment in spending. And we want to know what programs have changed what programs have changed that have prompted the increments? Because as a citizen of this country, we only note, I can only note a change in my electricity supply or the benefit of the electricity in the middle of this rainy season. We want to know the investments in the Ministry of Agriculture that have prompted the increment. We want to see how government can add to the expenditure in agriculture. So, in concluding, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we want to make it clear that on our side, we are not against this budget. We want to make it clear that if you question some votes in this supplementary budget, it is our responsibility as representatives of the people to ensure that we know whether we are getting value for money. And in closing also, I want to respond to a statement by the professor, the economics teacher of my leader, Honorable Mohamed Lansana. He stated that at the end of 2017, our import cover was below 3. He said 2.2, 2.8. But the records are clear that our import cover at the end of 2017 was 3.5 months of import cover. I also want to remind him that by the end of 2018, which was at the time that the APC government handed over power in April, the import cover reduced to 3.0. And that when compared by the IMF of the loss, IMF noted that this amount was about $54 million lower than the amount that it was in 2017, at the end of 2017. So we know these supplementary budgets have seen a lot of revision of expenditure. We know that these supplementary budgets have seen a lot of revision in allocations to respective MDAs. And as a parliament, it is our responsibility to go over them. As a Ministry of Finance, it is your duty to ensure that government is not embarrassed. It is your responsibility that government programs continue. And we, as representatives of the people, we want to further guide that as you continue to do the work of the people, it is imperative that we continue to guide you in your process, in your work. So to end, Mr. Minister, we need to know what is happening with the cargoes that are coming through our country. It is very important. We need to know the activities that are happening at the ports. It has to be monitored. We need to ensure that we bring forward the efforts of the National Drug Enforcement Agency. The National Drug Enforcement Agency needs to be further capacitated. In some of our engagements with the Sierra Leone Pharmacy Board, we noted some challenges. The chairperson is here. But we need their support, but the Pharmacy Board cannot support work if efforts at the key are being undermined by port workers, by custom authorities, or even if the drug law enforcement authorities are not capacitated for that. Containers coming to our shores without a source or without a clear destination needs to be really, really looked into. I know it's not under your purview when it comes to law enforcement, but it's something that you need to say here. So as we continue to brainstorm, as we continue to grapple with how we can increase revenue, it is important. Yes, it's important that we tell you that containers do come to this country that are not being accounted for in terms of revenue generation. And you need to be more forceful about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Come here.
Yeah,
Come here.
all of us have been here for over 4 hours.
Come here.
And my colleagues have said so many good things about this budget, proposed budget. But I feel very uncomfortable without saying anything about female, about gender. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to stand and talk on behalf of gender. Much has been said about inflation, and much has been said about low revenue. But I want to take another part in actually giving my own opinion here. I want to thank Mr. Minister and his team. Although there have been inflation and low revenue collection in the country, but he has considered gender. There is increase in gender, which is very, very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years ago, this House here passed and our President agreed on the GWI bill, which will be 30%. And the 30% actually should reflect on all MDAs in Parliament, women that are elected, and in many other sectors, in private sectors and government sectors. And this increment, this proposed budget that the minister actually added here, I really want to say that the law is clear. It is clear because when we have 30% of gender, it also should cover equal payment, and it should always be that we have to look into loans, and we have to look at 14 weeks maternity leave for women. But Mr. Speaker, the law, if it is passed that we should have 30% without funding, how can we actually fund the gender areas? So that is why I want to actually thank the minister and his team for actually increasing the gender bill. Although I have thanked you, Mr. Minister, but I don't want you to forget that we've still not yet reached 30% yet. We are still 28% women in Parliament, and we have 17% in Cabinet of women. And that is not all. So that is why I want actually to bring it up to you that this increase is timely. The budget that you've actually increased, the proposed budget, it is timely. And I want actually the Gender Ministry, the Gender Commission, and all other MDAs to consider women so that we can actually have our 30%. As for today, we have only 20% of women that are in police. And we have FSU. We have these family units. How can we have more women in FSU so that they can actually talk for our girls, talk for family members that have problems with their welfare or with their homes? So in increasing this again, look at the prisons. We only have 24% of women that are working in correctional centers. And we have our sisters there. So I was happy that the prison director was here this morning. And I wanted to do that. I want to advocate for you through the gender that part of this bill should actually go to prisons. And it is not only prisons. Now, you have to coordinate with the Ministry of Education as well. The 30%, there are 16 DDs, deputy directors in this country, in all of the 16 districts. But we only have 2 of them that are women. But if there is more money from gender that can go to the Ministry of Education so that we can have more women to be in the Ministry of Education as DDs, it can be well. Wherever districts have, we are very lucky that we have the LUC who is a woman, and we have the DD who is a woman. But I'm actually imploring the gender minister to see that we have to coordinate with police so we can have more LUC women in the country. And that is not all. That is not all. Because here I've heard my colleagues spoken very well, although they did not say anything about gender, that there have been no increase in education, no increase in health. But when this increase is here in gender, it is best that the gender minister actually sit together with others and try to see that the women can actually benefit from this increment. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I urge the minister to ensure 3 things in this gender proposed increment bill. One of them is that the money should be tied to measurable targets. And what are those targets? We have our girls in school. That's why I'm talking about Ministry of Education. The girls need more attention. There should be more finance to go to the girls. And then we need to recruit more female teachers and more nurses. We have more female nurses, but they don't have PIN code. So I applaud you that you should actually work together with the Ministry of Education of Health that female nurses get PIN code. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the second point that I want Mr. Minister to think about is that this increment should actually think about implementation and monitoring of the gender ministry. Because the gender have got this increase, but we have to know how they are doing their work. We have to monitor them, because monitoring is very good for all MDAs. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the third point which I want you, Mr. Minister, and your team to actually think about, we have to prioritize our sisters. We have our sisters that are in the villages. Sierra Leone is not only limited to Freetown, Kenemago, or North Makeni. We have our sisters at Shenge, at Mano Dase, at Bradford. We have them. So when we have this type of increments implemented in the bill, it is like that they also benefit from these increments. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, investing in women is investing in economy. So, as I said, most of my colleagues that spoke today, they've actually spoken well, because I'm not in the place to actually say how they have spoken, but I did not say anything about gender. So that's why I'm very happy that Mr. Speaker actually asked me to stand up and speak. And as I've said, we need the 30%, and the 30% can be achieved by actually using the budget on us. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to see that there are more other money added to gender the next time when the next year, the next fiscal year. So let's just don't remain in this one for now. So I actually want to say that I will support this bill, and I am asking my colleagues to also support this bill, as this bill is very good, especially for women gender. Thank you very much.
Hold on, I'll give you 10 minutes more. Let me hear the lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank the Minister of Finance, the astute Minister of Finance. To be honest, the Minister of Finance, Fantama Di Bangura, has done so very much. It is very difficult to run an economy of a developing country like Sierra Leone, but he has done so very much. But Mr. Speaker, in his statement this morning to this House, I want to reflect on the end paragraph of 66, the honesty of the presentation that he has made so far. The last paragraph of 66 says, this revised budget therefore seeks to enhance budget credibility and boost fiscal resilience to safeguard macroeconomic stability, improve service delivery, and mitigate the impact of the crisis on the vulnerable group in our society. That's a very frank and a very honest statement by him. Because sometimes you cannot just bring a supplementary budget without telling us the purposes of bringing the supplementary budget. And Mr. Minister, we have to assure you that us in this part of the aisle, we are not against this bill to pass because we are Sierra Leoneans and we are part and parcel of the development of this country and we are part and parcel of governance of whatever we do as Sierra Leone. So we want to congratulate you on your honesty and we want to say thank you very much for making it clear. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my sister from Moyamba says there is an increase in the budget for the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. Being the chairperson for the Committee on Gender and Children's Affairs, I have asked severally, I have canvassed this House for an increase in budget of the Ministry of Gender. Mr. Speaker, yes, the supplementary budget made an increase to the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, for which we want to say thank you to the Minister for considering, deploring the deplorable situation of the Ministry of Gender. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, in the 16th district, if you check, there are no officers in most of the one-stop centers because there is no money to cater for the one-stop center. The ministry is seriously suffering. So if the minister thought it wise to do some increment, we want to say thank you to him for considering the Minister of Gender. Mr. Speaker, even though the Minister of Gender and the Children's Commission work closely, and it's a side-by-side work, it's a mother and a child work. The increase is done to the Ministry of Gender, but there is no increase put into the Children's Commission. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, the Children's Commission is dying. I keep telling this House that the Commission is dying. Mr. Minister, consider the Commission into the 2027 appropriation. I pray that you continue to be there, so that at the end of the day, all of our appeal will be considered. The Commission is dying. As I speak, I am in close collaboration with the Commissioner. I work with them. The Commission, nothing is happening in the Commission because there is no money. So, we want you to look into the problems of that particular Commission. Remember, our children, they are the future of Sierra Leone. We need to give them all what we think we should for the benefits of this country. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say a very big thank you again to the NRA. They are doing very much well. But Mr. Speaker, can we turn back the lens of this House so that us in this House support the NRA to look into the issue of GST and to look into the issue of whatever they are collecting. Mr. Speaker, we've been privatizing most of the things that government should collect money. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we privatize what we call the residence permits. Mr. Speaker, when we went outside as a committee on fisheries 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, we have Chinese, Indians that are here in this country that are not paying residence permits. They are not. And Mr. Speaker, the residence permits and the work permits, they are two different things. The work permit is being handled by the Ministry of Labour. We have Sierra Leoneans that are conniving into the Ministry of Labour to take money, yes. As I speak, when we went to Tomo, we have resident work permits that I have in my possession, Mr. Minister, that are fake work permits, given by our own brothers and sisters in the Ministry of Labour. Are we really serious? When we talk about revenue collection, we should be serious. Our civil servants should be working close collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and the National Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, the money for a work permit, I think, is $2,000. $2,000 times 5 is $10,000. It can pay many civil servants. And for a single individual just to sit in his or her own corner, who come to eat that particular money, means a lot to this country. It means a lot. And Mr. Minister, can you please work with the privatized, the company that we've given the issue of the residence permit? In Jue, the same problem. We have over 15 Chinese with no residence permit and with no work permit. Us parliamentarians, we call on the commissioner, the chief immigration officer. We have to call on him. I call on him personally. That's Mr. Immigration Officer. Can you send some people here? We are here and we are waiting now. And they went there, they met us. 3 of them. Are we really doing something? If we are just putting everything to the NRA, then we are not honest, to be honest. Yes, the NRA are doing. Can we have other companies that are doing, collecting money? Fishes is doing so much in raising the revenue. But are we working in close collaboration with these companies? Mr. Minister, as I speak, we have fishing companies that have closed. Many of them, they have closed. If you ask them, they will tell you it's because of the issue of taxes. Yesterday, they were paying 6 months quarterly and 2 quarters. And now they said they needed to pay for a whole year. It is too much for them, according to them. We will let the report here. The report is finished, the chairperson will lay it. But let me bring it in this debate, Mr. Speaker. If we want to collect money, can we canvass these people? The people in the private sector are the people that are giving us money. If we canvass them, if we work closely with them, we will raise more than what we want the NRA to raise. Let us join the National Revenue Authority to raise money for Sierra Leone. If we have a close collaboration, a close work, we're not coming out with what we call a supplementary budget. No, we're not. A supplementary budget is here because we need to cut down into whatever we've agreed, because we cannot go with that anymore. So I am asking that we work closely with companies that have plenty international staff, plenty of whatever staff, so that at the end of the day, more revenue will come into our consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the problem of subsidies. Mr. Minister, please look into the subsidies issue again. It is affecting schools. The local councils also are dying. Most of them have not received grants. Mr. Speaker, the issue of grants is serious into our local councils. Yes, we debated it here. We said the local councils were created by the SNPP. And if it is a baby of the SNPP, we are calling on them again. So please look into their safety. Look into whatever they are doing for the benefit. No, when we speak sometimes, we speak politically. And if we speak politically, we have to be very, very precise. And if we are precise, we need to canvass people that we think we should canvass for the benefit of Sierra Leone. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe supplementary budget is very timely. Let us be very sincere and honest as Sierra Leoneans. Let us be very open up. Sometimes we cannot politicize everything. When it is real, let us be honest to say it is real. When it is good, let us be real to say, oh yes, we need it. Oh yes, we need it. The minister cannot sit in his office and say, no, everything is going easy and everything is okay, without calling to parliament. And the law is very clear. You cannot overspend, you cannot touch what you should not touch. If you touch, you are in trouble with this house. So thank you very much for coming back to reverting that we are here again to talk to you and to look into whatever we've done. We want to thank you for that. And Mr. Speaker, the minister says we have what we call an increase in iron ore production. Oh yes, I know we've seen a lot of companies that are producing iron ore in Sierra Leone. But Mr. Speaker, we are still suffering from the reduction of iron ore prices. So I really don't know what is happening. Yes, we are producing, we are exporting, but the prices are still exorbitant. So can we turn again and look into them so that at the end of the day, our common people, us that don't have houses, will try to have 1 or 2 houses for the benefit of our children, for them not to ask us tomorrow, what have you been doing, my mommy or my daddy? So in the overall, we want to congratulate him, we want to wish him well, and we want to assure you that nobody will stand the test of time that this supplementary budget will not pass. We wish you well and we say thank you.
I'll give you 10 minutes and we round up.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I see and I realize that the debate today is more of a national debate, having a national outlook, than one that is political. I would want to say thank you to my colleagues on the other side for having lent their voices to this debate. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have 10 minutes and I'm going straight to the point. The first thing I wish to comment on is on the budget profile. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I heard the honorable Ofa Suebeshi and the honorable EKK. They made mention of vehicles flying the routes leading to Gambia, exiting for Conakry. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it will interest you to note that from January to May, there are only 790 containers that have come through our ports meant for transit. So my records here, when I speak, I always speak with records. My records here shows that between January and May, we have received 26,000, let me be exact, 26,017 containers. Though AGN is saying we received 33,000. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I think I made an analysis of the number of containers that were 40 feet and those that are 20 feet. So it will interest you to know that of the numbers I have received from them, we have received 14,541 40-feet containers. Mr. Speaker, as a businessman, like I said the other day, planning to go into my palm oil business, I've already started importation of raw materials. So I know what I pay when I bring in 40-feet containers into this country. But Mr. Speaker, if I take a baseline of 80,000, which is not what I pay, what I have paid is more than that. If I take a baseline of 80,000, it will give me 1,163,280, which that is on 40 feet alone, which far outweighs what is in the budget as received for import duties. So if we calculate what we received for 20-feet containers, we have received 6,501 containers. So if we take another baseline of 50,000, which is not what I pay usually when I bring in 20-feet container, you would have 325,050. So if you add all of that, we would be very close to the annual budget for revenue generated from customs. But if you look at the annex in Oman 1, Mr. Speaker, I pity this minister. We stay together, we stay very close. Sometimes I go visit him on Sundays. Instead of us having fun and drinking wine over interesting national gist, he'll be talking and he'll be looking at papers. And this is true. It's because people are not performing at their level. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the numbers here, the number shows that custom import duties as at Q1 to Q2 stands at 952,814. And by the end of the year, it is expected that our import duties from customs should be around 2,003,601, which is below the original budget of 2,075,000. So the question is, what is happening down there? That is the first question, Mr. Speaker. My next is congestion. What is responsible for the congestion, and why is it that the congestion is not clearing at all? People seem to believe that the congestion is created because we have increase in the number of containers. Yes, that is true. Because I've been at the port the other day, I was there until 2 a.m. Yes, that's true. I was there until 2 a.m. And I realized MSC had a cargo that docked that day, and it discharged 2,000 containers in Freetown alone. One vessel, 2,000 containers. So is government actually getting its due? No, the problem is multifaceted. The police, naturally, the police are creating roadblocks. For every containerized vehicle, thank God I say policeman there. For every containerized vehicle that comes through the port, if you don't tip the police, your vehicle will not enter the port. It is true, it is fact. If you don't tip them, your vehicle will not enter the port. And you see vehicles standing there, standing in the queue
For ages, there are vehicles that have been there for like since Sunday. They have not been able to enter the port. That is the first part. The second part of the police is that the police believe that by creating that congestion and putting a restriction, and I heard government has lifted that restriction, which is good, by putting a restriction for inbound containers that go westward, it helps them to collect more from those that want to access the ports. And Mr. Speaker, honorable member, in business, fairness is the first thing. If you are creating a path for one businessman, you should create a path for everyone. So at the port, there's a challenge. The business people, when they examine the issues around the port, they will tell you that preference is given to a certain businessman who uses the exit gate as entry, and he can pick up his container as and when he wishes. So it prevents other people from removing their from clearing their container. And that is a major challenge. It is impacting them, and I don't care about the businessman having preference. I'm caring about the fact that it is impacting the revenue. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there is a much talked about, and it's on the paragraph 37. If you go to paragraph 37, and if you look at Roman 2 on fuel subsidy, at the beginning of the year, you realize that fuel subsidy was zero. The projected budget that we have ratified and we have put in this parliament, the minister was deliberate to say we are not going to reduce subsidy to any OMC. But when you are forced by volatility, day before yesterday, I was listening to World Economic News, and the quarter 1 and quarter 2 of the Saudi budget was referenced. Their net loss was 9.4 billion. The net loss performance from their projected budget revenue is 9.4 billion. That is to say, even the big boys, they are hurt by the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, the Red Sea is a trap, and every other point of doing business is risky. And if you have a community where in the beginning we have OMCs that were giving opportunities to government, the rationalized prices, but now, like most people will say, the OMC business, it is a cartel. We like it or not. If you're in a business, you have to join the business platform and the business etiquette. And the etiquette has brought everybody in, so the prices are the same across board now. So government is forced to subsidize to the extent that subsidy has gone up to 243 million. It is huge. But if government fails to subsidize, you will realize that there will be queues, there will be other artificial or natural scarcity. And government will not want that because fear by itself is a political commodity. A few days ago, when the war issue, when it has become intense, Mr. Speaker, you see, yesterday I was flying around the fields. Queues have started. It's not to say fear is not available, it's to tell the minister that we want to increase price. And he would have to negotiate that. I have gone to his house. I go to his house regularly. The other day, Mrs. Fatima prepared a very delicious meal. The minister took few items, but I was there. I helped him. I had a full plate. He could not eat because he is thinking of what is coming, what is in the horizon. But we need to help him. If you look at the subsidy on EFSA, on Roman 2 as well, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it has increased. It has moved from 480 projected at the beginning of the year to 1.6. We have to be serious about either A, curbing energy theft, or B, making sure that money is collected for payment into the consolidated revenue is paid. If it is not paid, government is forced to subsidize, to pay Canadian power ship, to pay other IPPs. Because if those IPPs, including Bumbuna, the operation of Bumbuna, is still majority private. If government fails to subsidize those, then the city will be dark. And when the city is dark, everybody, whether you are a politician or not, everybody will be coming. Because those that have their freezers at home, that want to produce ice cubes to sell, those that have their soft drink in their fridge to sell and feed their family, they will be hot. So for government to manage the economy at both macro and micro level, what government should do and what the national government, the national minister should do or should advise the government is to subsidize so that you keep the balance. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have spoken about the ports, the customs duties, but let me also tell you about waivers. Mr. Speaker, if we don't put a brake on ministries, department, and agency, developing memos, passing those memos signed by permanent secretaries, then the minister signed and they send it to the Ministry of Finance. Flyover. And the Ministry of Finance, this is not flyover. And the Ministry of Finance, they have a desk on duty exemption and waiver. That desk could approve it. If you are the Minister of Finance, you have a table full like mine, maybe more than mine. And you receive a document. Sometimes somebody will just switch talk you into signing a document. So in the last audit, ministries, departments, and agencies alone, their duty waivers and exemption amounted to 188 million. That's a lot of money. Given away. Mining companies are giving concessions by the Ministry of Mines. Mr. Speaker, the power of this parliament is being eroded by Ministry of Public and Agency. I must say it's a pity. Ministers, permanent secretaries sit at the comfort of their offices. They will sign authorization waiving payment of customs duties, waiving payment of import duties, inbound containers. And if you go to my schedule, you will realize that FG Gold is one of the highest importers of inbound containers. But the highest is PC and Sons. So we must ask ourselves, if PC and Sons have bought in 1,721 containers between January and May, how much has he paid? These are the real questions we must ask. Because if we don't ask those questions, whenever we come here, we'll be talking politics. There are days to talk politics, like Tuesday I was talking politics. Today, we are talking our own interest. Because my salary and the calculation I did that day on Tuesday is dependent on the revenue that government will be able to generate. So we have to look at everybody. It is a business of watching about you also too. We must be attentive, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we must also be attentive to the fact that this parliament has passed a law in the Finance Act that 30% of export revenue must be repatriated into this country. So we have to do a calculation. If the last export revenue, calculation was 2.8 billion, how much is 30% of 2.8 billion? It will be around 666 million. Do we have 666 million or 367 million in the account of people exporting out of this country? Because if we have those foreign currency revenue in their account, it would mean we can be in charge of the exchange rate. He has done a fantastic job when it comes to managing the exchange rate, when it comes to keeping the stability. This is the third year or fourth year or so that our exchange rate is around 23.5, 23.4, 23.7. I must also give kudos to the bank governor. His MPRs are spot on. What he has done to the economy in terms of managing the monetary and the monetary policy end of the financial dynamics is powerful. But if we are not receiving what we should receive, all of this talk about 2 months of import cover, 3 months of import cover, if you receive, you have a cash injection of $666 million into your economy. There is no need for you to be talking about 2 months, 3 months of import cover. And these are real numbers. These are numbers that are living. And these are numbers that we must harness. These are numbers that we must fetch because they are before us. In banking, governor will tell you, those that we are in marketing, they will tell you, these are low-hanging fruits. They are very close. You block them and you eat. Don't worry about it. So, Mr. Minister, I also want to say you are doing well, and there is talk about agriculture. And Mr. Minister, I take the cue. I think there should be, and that comes down to the fact that this parliament, in the PFM Act, and I will say in the next PFM amendment that is coming, this parliament will now have the powers to reduce and to also do violence when the budget is presented to us. We must have those powers. We must do it in consultation with you because we have seen agencies that get 80-90% of their own source revenue or the revenue they generated. That is not good. That is not good for the economy. We have seen agencies that keep 67% of their revenue generated, and most of that is spent on administrative expenses. If you retain 67% and you're not doing the skyscraper, you are spending it on buying papers, spending it on buying toner, spending it on buying eraser. What do you expect from Parliament? So we must have powers, not to tamper into your budget, but to negotiate with you. Because if you have a sub-head as important as increasing agricultural productivity and value addition, we reduce that by 17 million. It's a major problem. Because what we are craving for is value addition. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I've passed 10 minutes. I've passed 10 minutes. Because what we are craving for is value addition. And if we are reducing the budget for value addition, when are we going to start importing things that are semi-finished out of the shop? And it is only when we add value to the things that we produce here locally, that is when we can be able to recover most of what we should get. And also, production of export cash crops. I think our strongest point is cash crop. As a country, if you look at our topography, look at our demography, it will tell you that in Sierra Leone, studies have shown, people came from the UK, that the current Arabica variety, which is the best variety of coffee, is surpassed by Stenophilia. The Stenophilia coffee variety is only found in Sierra Leone, somewhere in Kabbalah. We must harness that. We must make use of that. Our cocoa production and the quality of our cocoa compared to that of Ivory Coast, the yield, the quality is higher. But what is affecting it is value addition. We must add value to it. If we don't add value to it, I'm sorry, there will be problems. So agriculture, we must pay attention to. I understand the other additions. The other additions, they are inevitable. You don't have control over that. The increase of subsidies, fair subsidies, you don't have control over that. The increase on EDSA, payment to IPPs, you don't have control over that. But you have control over increasing NRA's receipts. Because we must make the 3% for NRA, or even 10%. I was advocating for 10%. We must match it. You receive what you produce. If you generate this amount of revenue for me, I pay you this. If you don't generate it, I'm sorry. That is where we have fight sometimes. That is where people accuse me as chairman of the PSC. Oh, PSC is creating a special account. PSC is paying money to an account. No. Because when, according to law, when money is collected in the course of the year, goes into arrears, it becomes the property of the Ministry of Finance. In the Finance Act, the Ministry of Finance has the power to contract a third party to collect that money for them. But if you have PSC that is vibrant and you are collecting that money, do you want that money to count as part of the revenues collected for the year? No, because you want to calculate 3% out of it. That is where I have problems with people. So we must be prudent, because if you go back to our arrears, you will realize that we have piles of arrears still standing. And we have serious problem with the calculation and deduction of import and output GST. People claim output GST. When you go to report, they have zero import GST. And there is no record from the income tax act that shows that yes, this is the product that they bought, this is the businessman that they buy from, this is the receipt code, and this is what was deducted from them. But they claim it and they use it to net off their own taxes. They take away Friday. It's not foolish. We all enable to take Friday. I'm sorry, that's not true. So we are in a position where we must work together as a nation. We must stand together. And Mr. Minister, I also want to say, I know we have ratified the agreement for SIPA, but either this parliament called back for that agreement, so we lack the NDA, the non-disclosure for parliament, so that we understand, because I know SIPA has been very efficient. I will tell you, You have done well. There is SIPA and the other one you bought. You bought Suprit, the other one to measure the MNOs. Airsoft. And airsoft is calculated, Mr. Speaker, this country is interesting. This minister has got ingenious ideas, whether it is credit, whether it is to finance a development project. But those things, there are people that are standing. It seems as if we have, I don't want to say we are cursed, but it seems as if we have people that have natural barriers to prevent people from going forward. Airsoft is calculating real time what MNOs are transacting, but they are not paying enough money to us. Why? Because people are finding ways to say, oh, well, Airsoft is over-calculating, Airsoft is this, Airsoft is that. But these are real monies. Nobody can tell you how much is transacted on mobile money. Nobody, I'm sorry I'm talking at this time, and I have 10 minutes. So let me go fast. Nobody is telling you about what is transacted in mobile money. Because what Airsoft is calculating every transaction done by the mobile networks. I know. I know, sir. I know. But the point is, Mr. Minister, if you have asked us to approve something, you must enforce it. Let us collect our money. What Airsoft calculates, if they have a different view, let them present their documents. Let them present their evidence in the contrary. But if there is no documents to it, then I'm sorry, you have to pay us. When we were looking at the audit report, I saw the red flag coming for CTC. How can we approve an agreement for you in this parliament, and the next year you are asking for staggering payments of your license? I said that's a red flag. I saw it. Today, the minister may have projected on their performance. So the CTC is, and it's a major problem. And it's not just CTC. Even other mining companies, they are negotiating payments of license fees, Mr. Speaker. It's like you going to school, going to the university, and you are negotiating with university authorities to pay your college fees. That is what they are doing us. They come here, we give them agreements. When they take the agreement, when it's time to pay their license fees, they will come back to government. Oh, you know, we are going to pay, it's 1 million, we pay 250 in quarter 1, 250 in quarter 2, 100 in quarter 3. They will talk to us as if we are fools. Like say, we not so what we are hoping. Papa na talk about my community. I'm sorry, you're so too long. So we must be alert to these things, because these are the things that are affecting the budget in its original form, and these are the reasons why the minister will have to come to us. So we cast the budget and say, I need a supplementary budget, because I'm only short on revenue. And so many people have spoken about GST. I've spoken about import GST and output GST. The way it is calculated for big businesses. There are businesses in this country that are owing us taxes, but they will always tell you that, oh, we're in credit. They have never been in debit, they're always in credit. We are in credit with NRA, where they should deduct it from source. Where is the evidence? There's no evidence. And he's not a magician. He cannot be there. He cannot be in every place at the same time. He can only be in one small office, attending cabinet meetings, go to the IMF, go to the World Bank. Sometimes there was a day he told me he was traveling. He came back, I went to his house to see him. Like madam, she said that. I want to tell you about it. I thought it was a joke. But these are the stress that he is passing through every day to keep this economy running. So everybody around the economic system must work. Mr. Speaker, I have so much to say, but let me round up. Let me round up with. Mr. Speaker, let me round up with the fact that somebody said the health budget was reduced. It was not reduced, it was increased. There was an increment in the health budget, and that increment, I think, should be able to help the system. Yeah, the reduction in education budget is rational, because when you look at it, it's on pre-primary and primary. And what you have done over the years, you have sustained the growth and sustainability of pre-primary and primary. So there is a flow. So if you have a flow now that you can monitor, it is better that you take out of that and put it into fuel subsidy or put it into energy subsidy. So honorable members who were crying for the issue of education, yes, I know, I am also passionate about education. When you look at it, you rationalize it, you will realize that, yes, you have to take from somewhere. Because that's the business we are in. We are in Kotia business, Kotia. we must stop that. This country is too resourced for us to be living on handouts, for us to be living on ends meet. We have passed that. I know we're a poor country, and we have painted ourselves so poor that even our MPs, when they are traveling with their colleagues, they sit in economy. Other MPs from other countries, they sit in business class. That is how far we have been poor. We are now poor mentally, we are poor physically, we are poor anyhow. But there are people that go to work every day, and it will surprise you when they return home with around 500-600 million. Yes. Mr. Speaker, to myself, like everybody normally said, the truth. There are people that go home every day with 500-600, and these people are going home with this money. It's not their money, it's government money they are taking. But we see it as normal. We have accepted things in this country that are abnormal. People who grumble about port congestion, if you go there now, between 8:30 when the SOP says work starts and 1 a.m. there will be no clearing agent. I'm just coming from the port before I come to Parliament. I went there this morning. I was there up until 9 a.m. No clearing agency. People enjoy the liberty of saying, I went to a businessman, Mr. Speaker. When I told the businessman that I'm planning on, the Honorable Kelly is my partner, but I'm planning on opening my own clearing and forwarding agency. He said you will not succeed. I said, why? He said, because you are too straightforward. I said, why are you saying that? He said, because in Sierra Leone, if you want to do clearing and forwarding business, you must understand that my actual payment, my actual tax payment is 200 million. But you must be able to negotiate my tax payment to 10 million. People do that every day in this country. I have just mentioned one name. Let them go and check. 1,721 containers inbound in this country. Let them go and check how much he has paid. Let them go and check how much he has paid. 5-star food had brought 432 containers. I have the numbers in my head. I work with them. I sleep with them. Because it hurts me. It hurts my guts. And the president flies every day out of this country to go and negotiate, to go and beg literally for us to have monies, for us to be given grants, for us to be given loans. All of us have been in the UN. After the UN General Assembly in New York, the president has no business going any other place, I'm sorry. The president should come. But the president cannot, because he would have to go back to Washington to go and beg World Bank, to go and beg IMF. Sometimes we were there for the spring meeting, the only spring meeting I've attended. The governor was going this way, minister was going this way, everybody was delta. Dr. Monzo was there, and I was there. They were putting us under pressure. Oh, the audit report, we have not seen it. I said, look at it, we have presented the audit report, we have uploaded it. Everybody is finding justification for us to have ends meet. Meanwhile, we have a buffalo in our kitchen. A buffalo in our kitchen, and we are looking for ends meet. We are bigger. We have buffalo in our kitchen. Mr. Speaker, all you members, sometimes it's hard. We have to succeed as a unit. No president will change this country, I will tell you, more than what has been done. If we, the citizens, if those that are in authority, if those that are in position of trust fail to perform on their duties, that is no president. The only president that can change this country is the president that will say, today you misbehaved, today I sack you. And she wants to get a second term. And she wants a second term. You are bound to fail from the beginning. Because those that come to you every day, the only thing that they will tell you, hey, we never plan for a second term. That's the thing. Also, they tell you every day, we never plan for a second term. And it is a normal, Mr. Speaker. You see, even permanent secretaries with their ministers, permanent secretaries, they will tell the minister that there is a loophole here. And the minister will say, no, don't do it. He say, we have been doing it since. And the minister will fall for it. And when the minister fell for it, Mr. Speaker, what will happen is permanent secretary will tell the minister, this loophole, normally we will draw 200 million out of it. And the minister will say, okay, go and do it. The permanent secretary will draw 400 million.
Say 600.
Mr. Speaker, give him 21 euros.
because 400 million, the permanent secretary will present 200 million to the minister. The minister, out of the fact that he's afraid, he's naive, he doesn't want it to come out, he say, okay, how do we share it? And the minister will give the permanent secretary 80 million. And the permanent secretary would have accumulated 280 million, and the minister 120 million. That's what happens every day. People go to the president, we must stop all of these things, because these things are the very reasons why we are not getting our revenue. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, GST, I have spoken about import and output GST. Now I'm going to tell you about real-time GST paid and collected. Mr. Speaker, other countries have advanced. A few days ago, I heard on the 28.1 that the Ministry of Finance have supported NRA to bring in additional 5,000 electronic cash machine. So do what? In Nigeria, even in market women, they use money points. Market women, they use money points. Even in market women, they use QR code. Because in that QR code, why people are opposing to it, in that QR code, it is built in a way where once you scan it, government revenue goes straight into the account. Nobody wants it in this country because we left chap. Nobody wants it. Let us move away from cash machine. The one has moved. We should move. The one has moved. We should move, Mr. Speaker. Why can't we invest in things like that? When people go to buy, in this country, even in my village, in Tokomaiti, even in bonds, where Mr. Speaker is coming from, people that are crossing the ocean, they will tell Mr. Speaker to send all the money. So they can use electronics, they know how to use it. They know how to use it. Even in Kubola, they know how to use all the money. That is why transaction in all the money has surpassed daily transaction across the counter. Government will tell you that. Transaction in electronic means. And Mr. Speaker, in this country, most of us will send our money to China, not to the banks. We have people now, wow, these full of people, go give them our money, we will collect it in China, in Guangzhou. That's why we talk so. And these are all bypasses. They are affecting the economy. They are hurting the economy. They are hurting the soul of the economy. Sometimes I tell people that who are so now, we don't want them. SO2. So I can say anything. I'm not coming here again, so I'm not looking for any votes. I'm looking for country development. We must come things out. Mr. Speaker, finally, the issue of DSC. Mr. Speaker, this minister, we must task him and the financial secretary and the bank governor. Let us go electronic. If somebody wants to travel, whether it is float, whether it is vault, whether it is orange prepaid card, whether it is African prepaid card, please have your prepaid card. Let them put local currency in your prepaid card, and you go and pay the foreign exchange loss or the foreign exchange gain wherever you buy from. But we are talking about 2 months of import cover. It is because the minister is suffocated by DSCs. And it is compelling. You don't have to, it doesn't have option. People have to travel. People have to attend conferences. The world is global. Most of the activities that happen around the world, around ministry, department, around change in policies, takes place outside CFP. So if we want to be part of the global village, we have to travel. And if we are traveling, let us have a policy where all government officials must hold a card. And that card is in the system. Where once you want to travel, even me, I have my world card. I have it, that is what I use. I've used it in Barbados, I've used it in the US, I've used it in London, I've used it in Germany. So I know it works. So nobody will tell you, oh, technology has already worked. I know it works, I've tested it. And I've used it in Nigeria, I've used it in many places. Let us, I've never gone to Afghanistan. Let us stop giving cash to people for traveling. Because it is an incentive. Most people, they even fake travel nowadays. Because they want to collect it themselves, because they use cash. But if it's your loans, if you are entitled to $5,000, they give you the loans equivalent of $5,000 in your card. And when you take your card, you realize that you spend $4,500 or $4,800. You have paid your duties to Visa. Then you will understand why is it that the import cover is dropping. Because that's foreign exchange laws. Government is born with it. government is suffering for it. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I must say you have made my day. You have made my day. The other day I was telling somebody, Sierra Leone is a very small country. If we are to develop, the first area we should pay attention to is our revenue. Too many gaps, too many openings all over the place. Too many openings. Our system is so porous that everybody comes into Sierra Leone, he or she operates conveniently. If investors who are genuine, the moment we come to Sierra Leone, they are inducted. They are inducted. Even when people are genuine, they come genuinely, they want to come and pay their taxes. But the big people around there to tell them, no, you don't have to pay that. Instead of paying 100,000, just give me 5,000. Just give me 5,000. It is as serious as that. And of course, the Minister of Finance can't do that alone. Of course, if he tries to interfere in other departments and agencies, they'll go all over don't fight him. Don't fight him. Some will even go and tell stories about him for him to be sacked. They'll go and tell stories about him. It is as serious as that. You know, we're a sorry state. We're a sorry state. We are in a very serious difficulty. But I'm hopeful. There will come a day when, people will say enough is enough. There will come a day. Where's the leader of the opposition?
Want to thank all the contributors, all the on this very sensitive topic. This is Speaker honorable members. The distribution of funds from the consolidated revenue by the Ministry of Finance is often influenced by two considerations. Firstly, you have the technical consideration, and secondly, you have the political consideration. In fact, the political consideration becomes more conspicuous when you design budgets very close to elections. So when the political consideration comes up and there is no money, they will tell you to go and go. So what we have today in front of us is a budget that speaks clearly to these two considerations. If you carefully look at the budget, it's clear that the domestic revenue is lower. Government has revised the domestic revenue downwards by 651 million. So meaning the earlier projection made by government has been reversed by 651 million. When there is a reversal in the revenue, it should be accompanied by a corresponding reversal in the expenditure. In our local parlance, we say cut your coat according to the size. Where you know say the bills, if we reduce the amount of tender we did not apply, SO2. But what happens in this budget is that the total expenditure increased about 217.2 million. So at a time when the revenue reduces, the expenditure increases. So it creates a big gap that needs to be taken care of. And mostly what happens, Mr. Speaker, is that we use loan to take care of these big gaps. And for us as a nation, we should note that what we are focusing on should ensure we develop this country. I truly admire the expose by the Deputy Speaker. It shows a true sense of patriotism. Yeah, we are all Sierra Leoneans. We are all Sierra Leoneans. No Sierra Leonean will want to talk with a Ghanaian and want that Ghanaian to be boastful over the Sierra Leonean for whatever thing. This is our only country. So when we debate, we must not be monofocal on myopic. You should look beyond the government, beyond the sitting government. Government comes and goes, because I know it needs. So whatever we say should help develop our country as a whole. So one thing we should try to do is to ensure that we suppress our expenditure. I understand with the minister and the ministry, just as the Deputy Speaker stated, I don't wish to be in their capacity. Imagine there is no money and they tell you to squeeze water out of stone. You have to do it. And what is more fearful about the entire thing is that the political class appoints the technical staff. So when you don't dance to them, that's the end of your job. Even when you have budget constraints, they will tell you that no, next year we have election. That's what you have to construct it. If you don't construct it, you will lose this election. Then you have to go everywhere to ensure that you have the money. Even if it causes you to go for loans, you go for loans to satisfy the political considerations. So it has not been easy for them. It has not been easy for them. In fact, if you take a careful look at the budget, the current expenditure is protected at the expense of development. The current expenditure rises by about 1.35 billion euros, whilst capital expenditure falls by about 1.13 billion. The main reason for this supplementary budget is to ensure that there is transfer from development project to the current obligations. The current budget is what you use to run the daily affairs of government, what you use to pay salaries, what you use to ensure that ministry, departments, and agencies operate. This is quite different from the budget used for developmental purposes. So we say now, this budget has increased the current expenditure and drastically reduced the capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, let me look at some of the issues here under the current expenditure. In fact, the minister says that the current expenditure rises about 1.4 billion, basically because of energy and fuel subsidy. Energy and fuel subsidies. We've had issues with energy that we have not been able to solve. Mr. Speaker, we are in a country in which they pay for electricity at a very high cost. We have one of the highest electricity tariff. And yet, we subsidize for electricity. If we don't solve that problem, we will always be subsidizing. And the money we subsidize is not small, Mr. Speaker. It's not small. It's not small. Why are people paying for electricity? Electricity is not free. It's not free. It's quite expensive. But still, we subsidize. It also says wages remain broadly unchanged. Goods and services fall by 38.9 million. Free quality education, including school feeding, will continue. So there is critical contradiction, especially in Annex 2. It shows significant reduction in several education-related goods and services lines, including the school feeding that I just said and educational programs. So we should ensure that we give ample ambience to the technical people to do their job. Mr. Speaker, just for energy subsidy, energy and fuel subsidy, it has risen from 480 million in the original budget. Remember, in the original budget we approved, energy and fuel subsidy was 480 million. And now, for this supplementary budget, it has risen to 1.6 billion from 480 million. So the increment is considerably high. Very, very high. Very, very, very high. It's a cause for concern for us as a nation. If those handling our electricity cannot perform, let us think of privatizing it. Yeah, exactly, because I have seen steps being taken. There was a point in time, even the president acted as a minister. I've seen the entire board being dismissed, but still the problem continues. It continues.
The bridge. Again.
Mr. Speaker, I need to recognize the presence of my boss.
Who is the boss? Honorable members, I recognize the presence of Honorable Hassan Priest. Former opposition whip of this parliament, and an outstanding member of parliament at the time he was here. You are heartily welcome, Honorable Sisi. You are heartily welcome to your home, the House of Parliament. Thank you very much for coming. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A week. SO52.
Mr. Speaker, I rise from SO52.
You can move. Anybody can move.
And that the business of the House will continue.
So second, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So then and out of this recurrent project, you have 1.43 billion for electricity and independent power producers. Electricity and independent power producers. And you have 243 million for fuel subsidy to oil marketing companies. Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, can we ask which companies will receive this payment? Because it's very serious. In fact, I am of the opinion that even in the petroleum industry, we should be making money as a country. It should add to our revenue. So what happens is that because proper monitoring is not done at ETSA or EGTC, as the case may be, we find out that the stress is on the ministry to be making payment. Something must be done. Interestingly, all of these increments are commercial bank borrowing. Most of them are commercial bank borrowing. If you go to the speech of the minister, there has been a considerable increment in commercial bank borrowing. Commercial bank financing rises from about 567 million new loans to, remember, 567 million new loans to 4.17 billion. The rise is more than 7 times. It's more than 7 times. And there was a commitment from government to reduce borrowing. So it's very serious, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when you listen to the presentation done by the minister, especially when he said the debt to GDP has declined to 44%, you will assume under normal conditions that we have reduced on the borrowing. But Mr. Speaker, we should note that the reduction in the debt to GDP ratio does not mean reduction in the nominal value of debt burden. It means basically there has been an increment on the GDP. So it's very critical. Before the debates, our debt to GDP ratio was over 90%. It became better after the debates. But when you check the nominal value, it is now more than what it used to be when it was over 90%.
Leader of the opposition, this house is stood down for 10 minutes to allow all to be fresh.
To slay with my hair, trust expression, 'cause it makes me stay expressive. Do it yourself, don't waste time. I style my hair myself without no pain.